What happened there? That was bizarre. Like one minute you were up, the next thing you were down, and the whole thing. Hello, Cyclic. It's nice to see you.
Hello.
It's time for just a normal, bog standard ramblings, as we do. You all know how this works to a certain degree. Ask questions, and if they're not breaking, well, if they're not, well, if they're not, well, if they're breaking server rules, they're going to land you in jail pretty quick. But if, as long as they're not breaking server rules, I'll attempt to answer them to the best of my ability. I even remembered not to ping everyone today. Hooray! You, you have the role. You have the role. What's my favourite American steam locomotive? Oh, that's easy. Great Western, now Strasbourg, number 90. It's not even a contest. There aren't many American decapods left. The Pennsylvania decapods were just ugly. And 90 looks right.
T1. For
You,
me.
you know, I can respect that. The T1s were just nice.
They're also just hilariously powerful. Like,
It's kind of
to
silly.
a retarded degree. And I'm saying that way for a reason.
Haha. I wish to move a train. Yeah, I've got two 482s on that. No. I want one crew. All right.
T1s are just great. It's just a huge meme.
Okay, 1440 is nice, but she's overdone. The same way Challenger and 844 are. It's like every American rail fan's favorite locomotive. I always like to think outside the box. Bare knuckle bout with Fleet when? I don't box, and I'm definitely not willing to get into a fist fight with anybody. My response to a physical threat is to enact plan, get the fuck out of there, Chief. So how have you been, Cyclic, alright?
More or less.
That's good, it's good. So it's Thanksgiving today in the US, isn't it?
Nope. That's Thursday.
Oh, so do you guys have like a break period?
Oh, I took the whole week off myself.
Nice.
Because I'm traveling tomorrow, so.
Okay, I've been called many things. Discount Drac, Poundland Track, Wish.com Drac. I have never been called Drac Jr. Please don't call me that again, because that implies I'm somehow related to Drac, and I am not. Okay, I can really quickly answer this question. If the Manhattan Project is delayed, yep, conventional bombardment will continue until the nukes come along. Operation Downfall will just not be contemplated if there's any possibility.
Let me put it to you this way. The invasion actually probably does happen.
Really? You
But
think?
yes, I don't know if it would be successful or not, but the invasion does happen. The other thing that happens is all of the combined bomber offensive aircraft get based out of Okinawa from Europe
Oh my god.
and do nothing but firebombing. Japan is reduced to ash.
Would the RAF also be in on that?
Yes,
Oh, so the Lanks are coming.
that was the plan. The airfields were under construction.
Oh, wow.
Seabees and Corps of Engineers were very busy on Okinawa.
How many airfields were they building? Because hosting all those...
Enough to rebase most of the B-29s, because it would take them from 2 raids a week to a raid every other day with the B-29 force,
Bloody hell.
and enough to house all of the Allied heavy bombers, pretty much.
Jesus Christ.
No, you would not see Midway for Downfall. Now, if it fails, you might see that in a reattempt. should that be deemed necessary.
Yeah.
And if it's going to fail, it's going to fail because of the nighttime kamikaze raids.
It's
Allied anti-aircraft was not up for dealing with the kinds of kamikaze raids that you would see at night in that environment.
and you're looking at the Japanese operating a mix of low and high tech kit. You're looking at specially built piston
It's more the
engine
mass at night.
Oh no, that's what I mean. But what I mean is they've got. I was leading up to that. You've got a mass of low tech piston engine kamikazes built for that job, and you've also got what are in essence cruise missile versions of the Ahoka fired from land bases. Both of those assets go in together at night.
The cruise missile stuff, the Oka stuff wasn't nighttime.
Oh, was that not? Never mind. Ignore me then.
No. So you'd be dealing with raid sizes of 500-600 aircraft at night, focused not on the battle fleet but on the transport fleet. And need I mention, you don't have the big blue blanket to rely on to completely disrupt those raids because it's nighttime.
There's like 3 operational American night carriers by that point, I think.
And that's night capability. They have some aircraft capable of conducting nighttime intercept.
You're not looking at the entire air wing going up. You're looking at a couple of wingmen going up, like 6 to 10 aircraft from each of them carriers.
Could be more than that depending on the carrier, and this isn't something that getting British carriers involved is realistically going to help because of the just absolute mass here. So for those of you wondering why the US Navy just knew exactly what to do in the Cold War with the missile threat, it's because of this and the raids off of Okinawa. It was not uncommon during the day to see kamikaze raids of 200 to 400 aircraft off Okinawa. The U.S. Navy just looked at it as a cruise missile is a higher tech Oka / kamikaze. And went, all right, let's move out. And that's why you saw the U.S. Navy take the attitude it did towards air defenses. It's an attitude that basically no other Navy has yet to catch up with.
Yeah. There's also the rapid adoption. Like, the 3-inch was supposed to be a 47 weapon. The US crash-built it more rapidly than it otherwise would have been because of what happened in 44 with the kamikaze threat. They were like, 40mm is not stopping these. 5-inch can, but it doesn't fire fast enough. We need something in between.
I'm not going to say it'd be a slog akin to Verdun. That doesn't really... There's nothing akin to Verdun about this.
Like, comparing battles to campaigns, and hell, just comparing battles to battles is really disingenuous because almost every battle that's taken place throughout history is a unique circumstance brought upon by unique tactical and logistical...
Separate from that, you have a completely different dynamic here. Even on land, right? And I've talked about this before. You're going in to fight in cities where kids as young as 5 are handed sharpened bamboo sticks and told to use them as spears, right? That's going to end up with the U.S. just chemical warfaring cities out of existence. Because everybody in the city is effectively considered a combatant at that point.
Yep.
So, Cotters, the USMC, which would have been one of the primary landing assets, had a lot of amphibious tractors set up for fire support, with 75mm howitzers, some 105mm howitzers, flamethrowers. Now, what goes on with the other elements of the Allied force landing, I don't know. It's entirely possible that they would have just gotten more Amtraks.
Yeah. I
The
mean,
USN would eventually go all 76 mil.
that can't be sped up any more than it already has been. The US is
Yeah, but
already
it's not getting sped up.
no, like it's already been sped up in our timeline already. They can't speed it up anymore.
Realistically, Japan would have been burnt to a crisp if we couldn't land and didn't have the nukes.
Yep.
Um,
It's just a bad situation. The nukes were actually the thing that made that allowed the nuclear weapons to make the difference where the firebombing wasn't is that it was sort of the Japanese went, oh, the US need all these firebombers to destroy our cities. Like, thousands of them. We can deal with this. We can use our fighters and our AA guns. We could do something. It took the US 2 B-29s to destroy 2 cities. And at that point, it enabled the remaining sane brain cells. Yeah, it basically gave the sane brain cells in the Japanese high command and civilian government the ammunition they needed to basically overwhelm the pro-war actors in the Japanese government. There's always this thing, like whether it was the nukes or whether it was the Soviet invasion of Manchuria. It was the nukes. The Soviets invading Manchuria just adds another front for the Japanese to pointlessly die on. It's not gonna.
And the Japanese knew the Soviets couldn't make it to the home islands without significant U.S. support, and that sea lift wasn't there.
So the Japanese aren't bothered. It's just, oh, we're already losing in China anyway. It's just another front to lose faster. Like they're not too fussed about it. In fact, if anything, the IJA is chomping at the bit because it gives them an actual land campaign to fight and die honorably for the Emperor in.
Cotters, you're not fitting a 3-inch onto that. So a single 3-inch a single mount 3-inch would fit in the space of a twin US 40 mil. And the twin 3-inch would fit in the space of a quad 40.
There's no limits to how far the Soviets can push against the IJA on mainland Asia. All the way.
They can't stop them.
No,
they just can't.
Like if the Soviets want to push all the way to the end of Korea, the Soviets will push all the way to the tip of Korea. Simple as that. Like if the Soviet army can logistically sustain a force in the middle of Germany, bearing in mind that the rail gauges are different when you move from Russia into Poland and Russia into Romania and Hungary, and the Soviets had less time to adapt to that than the Germans did, going east, then they can quite easily adapt to Korean standard gauge and the other problems of supplying. I don't think the Soviets are going to push beyond Manchuria into China, because that just opens up a massive kettle of fish with...
They didn't want it to begin with.
Manchuria, the Soviets definitely want, but anything west of Manchuria, not really their kettle of fish. Well, no. The idea that the Japanese had no chance... It's important to bear in mind that no chance of victory... It's like, wars are not won or lost instantly, and... There's a really difficult debate, like... The Japanese can't win World War II is a really common trope, and it is mostly true.
I mean, to be blunt, Fleet, there's no way about it.
I know.
The Axis powers, even if they were cooperating to the same level as the Allied powers, simply did not have the industrial or manpower reserves to win that war. They declared war on the world's three most and foremost, or I should say, the world's top 3 industrial powers, and the world's 3 powers with the largest population reserves that could effectively mobilize them. I'm aware China. Now, that said, we got to count China in this too, because Japan's at war with China here too. Japan can't even take China.
The furthest they get
can
is
take the coast. They can do things and say, "Oh yeah, we hold this area," but they really can't garrison it.
no.
They don't have the people.
Not without, well, and they never had the chance to do the mass genocide they wanted to do to bring China's population under control because World War II kept on going, thank God.
They never even had the people to do that.
Sea Dodders, that's what we were using to counter the V1s, and it was against a similar threat, but it was a land-based system.
The V1s aren't similar. They are much slower.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I can
don't
forget.
Conduct any evasive maneuvers.
Oh, yeah. You're right there.
Oka is much more akin to like a short-range version of a Soviet anti-ship missile. Except it's guided by the Mark I electro-optical and gray matter computational and seeking system.
God damn it!
Realistically speaking, that 3.7, that is the size of a much larger AA gun. It's not gonna work in that environment easily. The reality of this is you're just gonna need the entirety of the Fletcher and Sumner swarm and every single British destroyer that has dual purpose guns possible. And you probably still need to combine the battle fleet and the transport fleet into one force just to have a chance.
The best way to stop an Ahoka attack is to get the bombers before they launch.
Yes.
But the thing is,
shoot the archer, not the arrow.
Yeah. Once the Ahokas are away, you better pray to God you've got really fucking good gunners, or that you get lucky, because it only takes...
You're not hitting them.
Yeah, it only...
You're not hitting them statistically with gunnery of that arrow.
The dual-purpose mounts...
The only thing that might be able to do it, and it's not in service, is the 6-inch mounts on the incoming Worcesters.
But they're not there yet.
They're not there yet. Those were the only guns in the fleet, for reference, considered effective against jets until you saw the full auto 3-inch guns enter the fleet, not the semi-auto, which were the first iteration. And yes, people will comment left, right, and center about how the guns jammed and yada yada yada. That is only if you fired them at full rate of fire. If you reduced that rate of fire, you had it. And they had the tracking and fire control to still be highly effective.
They're firing VT Fuse 6-inch, aren't they? I think.
Yes.
For AA work. In which case...
Or either VT or precisely timed and programmed as it goes into the breach.
I think Sea Dodders has put that really well. Ahoka is an autonomous anti-ship missile that is mostly immune to soft kill countermeasures, capable of target discrimination, internal navigation, and terminal evasive maneuvers.
And now you see why the USN, in the Cold War, knew exactly what the hell to do. And didn't mess around. Because we had seen this kind of threat before, and it wasn't hard to imagine. Oh, that's an Oka. But bigger, better, faster, and vastly more of them. And we can't just use dual-purpose 8-inch guns to down the bombers.
No, there's going to be no US invasion of Taiwan, because what's the point? It's a pointless
that decision,
target.
Once the US had the Philippines, there was no point. Because holding the Philippines did that job. We only would have gone for Taiwan/Formosa if we had decided we're not going to liberate the Philippines. We'll deal with that, in the peace.
Although fortunately/unfortunately, MacArthur existed, so he kind of leaned on the president.
I understand the sentiment. They were a U.S. territory that we were planning on making independent. It would have been a real dick move not to liberate them, particularly given what the Japanese were doing. So there's that.
I mean, it did also allow for the destruction of a large amount of Japanese fleet power by giving them a target so obvious and so important they couldn't not commit.
Going after Formosa would have done the same thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
If not, also drawn it out into a much more favorable engagement area. Than having to deal with all the potential avenues of attack that needed to be guarded in the Philippines.
The U.S. got nukes as early as it was possible to. There's no.
The only way Berlin gets it is if Germany lasts longer in the war.
As that meme posted by Bull Reef said, Germany could have won World War II if Berlin in Germany was still fighting in August of '45. It's about right though. Although, would it have been Berlin, or would they follow the same policy they did with Japan? You don't nuke the leadership. Although in Germany's case it's different because Hitler wouldn't surrender. If you nuke Hitler, you might get
Japan
voices.
had different considerations than Germany would have.
Yeah.
So
with Japan and Germany, it's basically flipped. With Germany, you want to nuke the leadership because they're the ones keeping the war going. Whereas in Japan, you don't want to nuke the spiritual figurehead because that'll just make the war never end. It would have been interesting to see B-29s against Germany, but there was never a need. B-17s, B-24s, Lancasters...
It would have been if you were dropping nukes on Germany.
Well, yeah. Obviously, but otherwise...
The Lanks couldn't even carry them.
No.
They were considered very early on, but as a potential, and then it was realized they don't have the performance.
No. Unfortunately, some commentators on the internet keep spreading that rumor. But hey, I've never heard of the Norfolks. That's a ship.
The whole point was the AA. Their role wasn't seriously anti-surface. It was AA.
No, the US. Those two nukes were basically the US's ready-use reserve at that point. The next bomb,
we would have had to make more.
The next nukes were several months away. It's just lucky that the Japanese took the second one as don't fucking But basically the second nuke was a bluff. It was basically we have lots of these ready to go. We can go bang bang.
I wouldn't call it a bluff. It was we're gonna hit them again and see what happens. It wasn't trying to convince them one way or the other. It was we're gonna hit another target. Yes. Weapon Alpha. So there's a very similar British weapon to Weapon Alpha that I can't remember the name of that remained in the force for way too long because of the RN's budget issues. And I sort of touched on why those were a thing in Ship's Talk earlier today, but just referencing back to any of those conversations in Ship's Talk if anybody's got questions on them.
And you've also mentioned it in another streamed ramblings that's still on the channel, so people want to go back and reference that. It means you don't have to repeat yourself anymore, Cyclic, which is good.
Oh, are these actually recorded now?
Oh yeah, they're all streamed to my channel now, because everyone was asking for it for years. We're on like 11th streamed and 5th recorded. I thought you already knew.
Squid, that's it. No, I did not.
I thought I told you that last... Oh, never mind. So, well, yeah, these are streamed. But you've not said anything that's... All Quiet on the Martian front's back? Fuck yes. 10 out of 10. I really have to get into that. I mean, yes, the Lank can carry the little boy, but it's more down to performance when it's carrying it.
So, yes, the Lank can carry the little boy. However, There's a whole series of evasive maneuvers you need to be able to do the moment you drop that. The Lancaster is not a high-speed bomber for its era.
No.
The other thing is the Lancaster is already kind of slow to begin with. Now you put that bomb load in it. Now, yes, I'm aware it's not technically... Right? There are heavier weapons the Lank has carried. But... it was deemed not feasible for those bombers to carry the early nuclear weapons for a reason. Like, they were not meaningfully capable of employing them.
Because it's also down to... It's not just dropping the nuke. You've got to then run the fuck away.
And like Cotter's mentioned, for Japan, it just wouldn't have had the range to begin with. France would eventually adopt a very, very subdued blue-gray that worked really well in the fog and smoke of that battlefield. But yeah, they didn't start off with it. Rat is
What is that?
a retrofittable ASW weapon.
What the
So that you can put a heavy depth bomb throwing system on a ship that's got 5-inch 38 turrets and no room for Weapon Alpha, because Weapon Alpha would be a much heavier refit to the ship to do. Generally, you'd effectively have to remove a 5-inch turret. It's just a rocket launch rail with a ratchet crane on it so that you can ratchet up the projectiles onto the rails, and then you can launch them by traversing the turret.
Leaping... What the hell is that thing?
Don't even. Let's just move on.
Yeah, that's just... Anybody with half a brain cell could tell you that's very silly. Dead idea. More like dead on arrival.
More like Deadly.
Cylon, motherfuckers. Yes, it does look like a Cylon. It does look like a silly Cylon with a single leg. Oh, that's funny. Ugh. Would this be too small to fit a... I have no idea what that is, Turpitz.
Turpitz, that doesn't give you dimensions. Can already tell you it's not the it's not in the weight class, but like you need dimensions, like you need width, because these early bombs are not. Yeah, that is nowhere near big enough for that.
It's the same reason why any alt history that relies on the Germans V2ing the fuck out of nukes just doesn't work. Because nuclear miniaturization is something you have to have nuclear missiles.
It's not necessarily even miniaturization. You really want different kinds or a different initiation type. Like, yes, you can do a gun type warhead on a ballistic missile, but there's a lot that can go wrong with gun types in that environment. They also require a really weird warhead design on a ballistic missile.
No, Germany can't use nukes, as in because they're just never going to get them. Like,
so Ikara, compared to original ASRock, Ikara is actually more or less better. In terms of range performance. And that's because you have it's something you launch ballistically and then it glides, right? Once it reaches that apex, it glides. It's not like the Italian one or the Russian one. But it is a little bit more useful. It did run into a lot of problems, though, as far as I remember. But it's another way to do it. Yeah, Milos is a bit of a meme, just like what is it? Not metal. Whatever the Russian standoff complex is.
Yeah. Box.
Rastrub, that's it.
Is that just a box
And then
filled
there's
with
the
rockets?
That is a launcher for Azrak.
God damn. Those
So
are bigger missiles / rockets than I expected.
they have a lightweight torpedo on the front of them.
Oh god. So basically fuck that submarine from a distance.
To an extent, yes. So this is what that looks like launching Azrak.
Bloody hell, that is a large missile.
Oh yeah, you've got a torpedo on the front.
I presume that's
And this will give you a better idea of a later model Pepper box
Oh wow.
here, launching as well.
Oh wow. So when did ASRock fade out of USN service?
So it was replaced by Vertical Launch Azrak, or VLA, that is still in service today.
Wow.
Yes, the later model ones could have typically two of the cells in the box modified so they could launch Harpoon via that way, and they just reload them from the magazine.
Oh.
Because most of the ships that had this had a way to reload it.
Well, that's nice.
As you can
Wow, that's a
kind
really
of see in this image here.
Oh yeah, I can see it. Yeah. Oh wow, so they just rotate that so that it lines up.
And you can see it in that other one with the people.
So funnily enough, it's sort of like loading an old big muzzle loading gun turret on an ironclad.
It's not muzzle loading; they load from the rear.
Oh, fair enough, but
It's kind of like a twin arm launcher, and
oh yeah,
the other thing is, the Tychos and some of the Mark 26 equipped ships and some of the Mark 13 equipped ships could launch ASRock from their launch rails as well.
how fast can those twin arms cycle?
Pretty fast. Well, it depends on the ship. So the Sea Dart launcher is on the very, very low end. It's basically one reload every minute, so you can get maybe 4 missiles off in total inside a minute.
Wow.
And then you have Mark 26 with a Mark 13 with about a reload every 7 to 8 seconds.
Bloody hell. Like, the engineering involved to make that launch capable of loading, training, firing, reverting, loading, training, firing, reverting without failure or stress. That's crazy.
And keep in mind, Mark 13's rate of fire only marginally improved from its original introduction as a Tartar launcher.
Good God.
Nothing, if memory serves, for Mark 22. Mark 13 was fielded in the 50s with that rate of fire. With pretty much that rate of fire. I think it was like 8 or 9 seconds.
So you basically, I can see why the US just dropped guns for like a period in the 50s and 60s. Who needs fucking guns when you've got missiles that
Well,
can
we
be...
also still had dedicated heavy cruisers and dedicated gun destroyers and all of that. So, and the other thing is, Terrier,
Yeah.
Tartar, Talos all had anti-surface capability.
Or as...
And they hit harder, more accurately, at a longer range
Yep. It's as Sierra likes to
than your
say.
gun.
Yeah, it's as Sierra likes to say, it's the fuck you coming at you at Mach 3.
Yeah. So Talos carries 500 pounds of high explosive.
Shape charge.
Okay. No, it's not a shape charge on Talos.
Oh, which one's the one with the shape charge?
That's a Styx.
Ah.
Talos has 500 pounds of blast fragmentation
Bloody hell.
in front of a very angry telephone pole that still has its solid rocket, or still has its solid fuel ramjet burning.
Jesus
And
Christ.
surface to surface.
There's no armor in the world
And
that's
the
going to
missile
stop
is
that.
hitting you at like Mach 2 something.
I assume that there's no armor in the world that's proof against that.
Oh no, there is. It's just generally not going to be on your deck. Because this is coming down at about a 45-degree angle.
Oof.
And even if it is, the kind of metal fires that are going to initiate on your ship doesn't matter. Like, you're just having a very bad day and you can't put them out.
So I assume you only need like one of those to kill something like a Sverdlov Soviet gun cruiser?
No, it's not an anti-ship ballistic missile, Tirpitz. That sort of 45-degree diving attack is incredibly common in anti-ship missiles.
Isn't it? What's the term? Pop-up attack, I think they call it?
Well, not even pop-up. So basically every Soviet anti-ship missile prior to KH-31 and Moskit does that.
Jesus.
Harpoon originally did that. Like, what's the frickin' German one? I don't remember the name of it, but there's a German one. No, this is Cold War era. It's an air-launched one. Did it as well. It's incredibly common because it gives you a really good angle on the ship for radar. Cormoran, that's it. It gives you a really good attack angle on the ship. AS4 Kitchen, right? Still in use today. Does it? Well, actually, I think it's steeper than 45 degrees, but because it's diving on you from over 100,000 feet. At Mach Jesus.
Mach
but
Jesus, I love that.
I have heard that used as a technical term, by the way.
So it's not just us internet blokes who use it, it's actually a technical term.
No, I have heard an air defense warfare officer use it. But it, like, there is a reason that I look at the Royal Navy and scratch my head throughout the Cold War period on their air defenses. Because you have the historical precedent. You have other nations going and adopting these high rate of fire for the period missile systems.
Yeah.
And it's not like the Royal Navy couldn't get a reasonable SAM for the job. They have Sea Dart, right? They have one of the best point defense systems of the period against the threat, barring Moskit and KH-31, which are particularly Moskit, but
You're talking about the RN in the fucking cold... Hell, just the post-war
Seawolf
RN period.
Seawolf in the 80s is like the best point defense system out there. For the majority of threat missiles, right? Just bar none. Yet the RN only puts the point defense on the frigates and only puts Sea Dart on the Nada carriers and the quote-unquote destroyers.
I know, I know, I know.
And
They...
on top of that, elects for a twin arm launcher that is just woefully inadequate.
Yeah, you're right there. Uh,
Like these other launchers, even honestly, even the Soviet ones are just dramatically better. Um,
completely. Um, A10 Brainlet, Battleship vs. Anti-Ship Missile, which one? Let me ask you something. What have navies been procuring since the end of the Second World War, and what haven't they been procuring?
so here's another thing, A10 Brainlet. It's and this is just me reiterating this. There are multiple anti-ship missiles out there today that can put a bursting charge with greater explosive potential than multiple armor-piercing shells from the era through Yamato's turret faceplates. Do it easily and reliably. Armor doesn't work.
Yeah, don't tell Mike Sparks that. The man's an idiot.
Well, he's also, Sparky, like the guy who thinks an M48 is the best MBT ever made and should still be used.
I know, it's... How can people... The thing I don't get is how can he rationalize that? How?
One of Granite's reference threats, Brainlet, was the Iowas. Let me put it to you that way.
The Sea Dart fighter was a...
A dumb concept.
Yes, I was gonna phrase it slightly more elegant than that, but yes. Oh, that reminds me of a question I was going to ask. What was the US's from the end of the Second World War to their retirement? What was the role that the Des Moines played in the USN through the early Cold War period?
They were the gun cruisers, right? They were the absolute hard counter to the Sverdlovs and Chapayevs, right? Like, just hard counters. Additionally, they filled a surface gunfire support role, and they did so very well in Korea and in Vietnam.
Could they also function as task force flagships, or were they just?
Yeah, they absolutely could, but I mean, we had plenty of ships that could do that.
So, did they bow out as the USN decided it just didn't need that large gun cruiser role anymore?
Yep. They were retired when the U.S. Navy viewed them as not bringing anything meaningful for their cause.
That was mid 70s, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So they had a good long run.
They had about a 30-year run, which is pretty typical for what we see of ships of that period and what we see of... Because remember, they're ships that were introduced in the 50s, right? So in the 1970s, the U.S. retired most of... don't remind me of Southeast Asia's antics with gunboats. And calling them weird things. So the Albanese, the Talos light cruisers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were all retired in the mid 70s. Because of age of ship and because the US Navy was moving to a completely different paradigm against a different threat that was far more dangerous, required a far greater dispersal of area air warfare capability, and that same area air warfare capability could also give you excellent up close. I say up close, but within horizon.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Capability, and keep in mind, Exocet of the period is effectively a within the radar horizon weapon anyways. You get sort of that level of capability, or a little bit less explosive chucking, but vastly more missiles with standard.
I get that. Okay, so follow-on question then. So the US withdraws its last gun cruisers in the 70s, mid-70s, because they don't bring anything to the table. The Russian Navy isn't stupid. It's run by competent people. Sorry, Soviet Navy, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Why do the Sverdlovs stick around much longer than
Norway.
the American? Oh.
Plain and simple. Norway. They viewed them as highly important for helping beat back Norwegian gun and torpedo craft,
Oh.
as well as provide support to naval infantry landings along the coast up there, to support their advance along the northern part of Norway. They really weren't planning to go bash themselves against NATO's main defensive line in Norway, which was much farther south. They wanted to clear an avenue for their aircraft to fly over the northern part of Norway.
So basically, it's not invasion of Norway, it's push the front line west, clear a corridor for our aircraft, clear a nice zone of control for our vessels to move in and out of Murmansk without being watched as closely. Have I got that right, roughly?
Kind of. I mean, eventually, yeah, in any war with NATO, they're going to push south into Norway, but main Norway, but it changes nothing to answer your question there, Brainlet, mid statement.
What the hell is a fucking? Sorry, I'll let you finish, but then I'll ask.
That's a Leopard with a Leopard 1 with a 120 mil gun and a new turret. It didn't work for multiple reasons.
I can think of an obvious one, but I'll let you finish your statement about Norway.
The reality is NATO's chosen defensive ground in Norway, and I don't have a topo map of it immediately to hand, and I can't remember the name of it, but is supremely defensible ground, and to attempt to assail it, and this perfect terrain line runs from the Swedish border to the coast, would be suicidal. You got to go a different way. And it's far enough south that you're not realistically, as a Soviet Navy, pushing a large enough naval task force and amphibious force to destabilize it via an amphibious landing.
That makes sense.
You're just gonna die.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, apart from Norway, let's just hypothetically say that the Soviets, there's been a war that's happened. We're just focusing on these Sverdlovs right now. The Sverdlovs have done their Norwegian role. They've cleared out that northern area. The troops have moved in. Landings have taken place. What do the Soviets do with these gun cruisers now? They can't send them out in any meaningful combat ops. They'll just get chewed up by NATO aircraft.
No, their goal never was really to contest the Atlantic.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, this also ties into another question I was going to ask.
They've done their job. Like, that's the reality of it. They have done their job, and depending how things go around Denmark, and how things go with the air war in Central Europe, and how things now go with the naval war long term up there, you may get opportunities, you may not. This is the thing about war. You can't really plan in that sort of detail, right?
Oh no, I get that. I get that. It was more just a very limited hypothetical.
But the primary job was to open up the potential to actually be able to range out into the Greenland and Norwegian seas much more freely. Now, that's also kind of questionable, and the reason I say that they need to do all of this is because the Royal Norwegian Air Force had no hope against the Soviet Air Force's array up there. No hope. They did not have BVR capable F-16s. Their F-16s only had winders, sidewinders, and that was the best aircraft they had.
So you're saying that a BVR MiG-23 would stand a chance against them?
More than stand a chance.
Wow.
And that's not just what's up there. There's Su-27s, there's MiG-25s, there's MiG-31s.
Jesus Christ, the Norwegian Air Force is buggered!
Yes.
So, I was gonna talk about this last time you were on, but we ran out of time. And we've just sort of segued into it quite nicely. You mentioned that the myth that was sort of created by Red Storm Rising about the Soviets going in and doing Atlantic convoy raiding, etc., was not their game plan, was not the Soviet Navy's plan to fight World War III. And I was going to ask what it was last time, but we ran out of time, so I'll ask it now. What was the Red Fleet's plan to fight, let's say, the big fear was in the mid-80s. Let's say, what was the Red Fleet's plan to fight a war in the mid-80s?
Plain and simple, defend the Soviet homeland, protect their ability to be the war termination asset. And when I say war termination asset, I refer to the boomers.
Ah.
That is the ultimate negotiating capability.
And he doesn't mean end the war by nukes. He means basically, presuming the war stays conventional, you rattle the nuclear saber to either enforce demands or...
Well, this is our territory now. Right?
Yeah.
Say you have pushed NATO out of West Germany. Well, now you offer NATO a way out. That is, we keep West Germany, and if you don't, well, this conflict could escalate. And you can't get at our boomers, and they're at sea.
Because basically you're saying that, sure, NATO, you have these advanced assets. You might get some of our silos. You might get all of our bombers. But the boomers are still there. You can't get them. Funny, Cindy. Very funny.
And so during the war, what they're trying to do is open up avenues for extending that defense out. And so to do that, you have that whole Norwegian campaign. The Soviets may or may not go after Sweden or Finland. Probably not, provided both stay neutral, because that's something they can deal with later when NATO has been beat down, right? And the Soviets really weren't, to be honest, aiming to attack NATO, okay? Both sides were incessantly worried about the other side launching an attack on them.
That's the thing I've noticed in a lot of literature. It's all about, you only see a war breaking out
because the other guy starts it.
Yeah, like the worst alternate World War III has to be Red Dawn, without a shadow of a doubt.
Yes, that is actually the first meaningful IFV, even if it was a bit shit.
Really?
Yes. HS-20.
Oh, fair enough.
MP-1 was not the first IFV. Yeah. It was the first successful IFV. The Bundeswehr, only got a couple of hundred of the things when they planned on buying, a couple of thousand HS-20s.
Didn't that thing also go through some level of procurement hell and changed somewhat drastically?
Yes, because there was good reason for scandal in the West German government with it. A lot of corruption, potentially. It was kind of severely underpowered. But yes, it was indeed the first IFV. The reason I'm not calling a Swedish APC that's beforehand an IFV is because its designed role wasn't the same thing. It's designed, that AA gun was, or that 20mm that was on it, was there to defend against air attack, very much like a 50 cal on an M113 or the 14.5mm on a BTR. It was there to defend the vehicle, not enable the vehicle to fight with, alongside, and in support of its dismounts.
Cyclic. Well, on that topic, why do we see? I don't know if this applies to Western IFVs, but I know it applies to Soviets. You go from a 76mm gun with a useful HE load to 30mm guns on later IFVs like the BMP2, BMP3. Why is
Because
that?
outside of the Warrior, 30 millimeter is dramatically more. 30 millimeter HE is dramatically more effective.
Than a 76mm HE.
Yes, and it's a 73 on the BMP.
Sorry,
yes.
yeah.
And the other thing to keep in mind is the BMP-1, while there technically was an HE shell for it, because it fires the same shells as the SPG-9, the autoloader could not handle the HE shell. It was not intended to fling HE. It was intended
Really?
to fling...
Wow,
Yes.
I didn't know that.
It was intended to fling heat to cover the dead zone of Sagar. Now, when they pulled...
You might have to explain what I didn't realize there was such a thing as a dead zone for things like Saga.
Yes, so
you might have to
Sagar
explain
has
that.
a 300 to 500 meter dead zone where you just can't control the missile because it's not in view of your sight yet. And the missile needs to stabilize. So
sorry, go on.
with BMP-1, like you could hand load the HEN, right, with the autoloader as the gunner. But you didn't really start seeing HE carried until they started pulling the autoloaders out. And that was around the time they had some combat experience with the vehicles and realized the coax wasn't good enough.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. How was a BMP-1 supposed to deal with soft targets without HE?
Coax.
And you've just answered the question.
Yeah, the PKT. That and the dismounts.
So basically, as far as
reference, the RPG-7, by the way, did not get an actual HE shell until the 1990s. The Soviets started fielding a thermobaric in the 80s for the RPG-7, and the RPG-7 came out several decades before that.
He's talking about the recoilless gun, by the way, just in case any of you.
I'm talking about the RPG-7 shoulder-fired rocket launcher.
Oh, what am I thinking of then?
You're thinking of the SPG-9.
That's the one.
That always had an HE shell.
So I'm honestly, this is actually really intriguing to me. So, if let's say you're a Soviet commander in the 70s, and you're going forwards, and your BMPs encounter hardened defenses, you've not got a HE shell. Are you going to call for artillery? Oh, really?
That's the tank's job. Yeah, you don't send just IFVs alone, particularly in the Soviet context. What are you doing attacking below the battalion level?
Fair enough. So, you call for...
And if you're attacking as a company, you've got a tank platoon with you anyways, because you're a full mechanized infantry company with at least 3 to 4. In this period, it was probably would have been 4 T-55s, T-62s with you. 100 millimeter HE or 115 millimeter HE is a heck of a lot more effective anyways.
Oh, yeah, Turpitz asked, what's the tank to IFV ratio?
So generally speaking, how the Soviets task organized, so the tactical group, whether that's a company, battalion, regimental, brigade, or division, so in the West, we substitute units. So a U.S. tank battalion task force, right? Pre the current combined arms battalion would generally trade a tank company for a mechanized infantry company with another unit. Whereas the Soviets, if you're building a battalion task or battalion tactical group, let's use their term, from a regiment, they take a company from the regimental tank battalion, and that would get split out to the motor rifle battalions in the motor rifle regiment. Flip it if it's a tank regiment. So you would have, depending on the era, 10 to 13-ish tanks supporting a motor rifle battalion in the attack, along with other assets, obviously. But that's the typical thing you could expect. Obviously, battlefield attrition, breakdowns, whatever changes that. But if you saw BMPs, there were almost always going to be tanks somewhere between 300 meters and 1,200 meters behind them, occupying a fire support position.
On that, so seeing as we're talking about Soviet doctrine here, I'd like to. We've touched upon this before, but we haven't touched upon how they fitted into Soviet organization. This seems like a good time. How did the Soviets see their heavy tanks fitting into their organization for the period they had them?
That is not a question I can answer.
Fair enough.
That would be a question for What Is Moo, and I don't know if he is actually here or not.
Fair enough. If I can get hold of him at some point in the future, I'll be sure to ask him that question.
Let me DM him since we're talking about the Soviets. Might as well get the guy who's working on his PhD on that.
Fair enough. I do like the F-80 Thor Thunderstreaks, little barrely fuckers. Like that is a nice little thing. Oh, that's a point. That's a good question. While we're waiting to see if Moo shows up, there's been a lot.
If you have questions about Soviet naval infantry or amphibious history, Moo is literally your guy.
So please ask them now, because I know nothing about that. So
he's not around right now.
Yeah,
I can answer some of it because I've gotten a preview of some of his work, but
Rune
I'd rather
asks.
direct you to him.
Yeah, Rune asks, among the many Cold War close calls where either the Soviets or the US nearly attacked each other with nuclear weapons, how many of them were legitimate close calls and not just?
What do you mean by legitimate close call?
He says he gives an example of, for example, even the story of the Soviet missile warning system malfunction sounds like it never would have resulted in nukes actually launching, even if the operator in charge had given the go-ahead.
I mean, I'd say there's probably two close calls. One is if we're going to say, really, truly close calls, and one of those is the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the other is 1983 Able Archer. Because the Soviets misinterpreted that exercise, but thankfully cooler heads prevailed, and they realized it was an exercise. Well, I mean, Tirpitz, you're kind of looking at what they did. They either sold them off, the Syrians and Egyptians had some.
Yeah, the last hurrah of the IS-3 in combat was against the Israelis during the Six-Day War.
Or they just rotted in a field in Forever Depot. Some of them, a small handful of them ended up in museums. But realistically, you're looking at the end state right there in that picture.
Yeah. Let me see. Oh yeah. Cindy asked a good question. I'm gonna sort of edit it because he said, "Really making sense that Yugoslavia's in the Soviet bloc, but Yugoslavia's not in the Soviet bloc, but they're communist, and it's like
Yugoslavia is doing their own thing.
They're playing both sides basically.
They had French helicopters and some other stuff. They were off doing their own thing because Tito be Tito, and don't question Tito.
No, basically, he's doing.
And whatever you do, Stalin, don't send assassins after him.
Because he will just...
His security services are better than yours.
I love how he literally, the only man to literally threaten Stalin and get away with it.
Oh, he is not the only man. There was a Soviet marshal. The NKVD showed up at his house. He called Stalin while holding the NKVD officers at gunpoint with his service sidearm. Comrade Stalin, there must have been a mistake. The NKVD said they're here to arrest me. I'm sure that was a mistake, Comrade Stalin.
Oh my god. The absolute...
And Stalin respected that. Stalin respected... Well, they would have called it this, but in Russian, balls.
Like, the absolute balls on that man. Like, fucking hell. That's
Stalin respected people who stood up to him.
yeah.
This is why he respected Zhukov. Zhukov wasn't a sniveling sycophant.
That's a point. A10 Brainlet asks, you don't have to ping Cyclic, by the way. We're here, we're reading chat, don't worry about it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm walking around my apartment right now, but I'm sure Fleet will let me know.
Yep, A10 Brainlet asks, is the VDV light infantry or mech infantry? I mean, he knows they're airborne, but, you know, which out of when they're on the ground, which of those two would they fall into?
Depends. So it's weird. Some of them are helicopter borne, right? The air assault units that got incorporated into the VDV. Others are light mechanized. They're in a weird position and they're never used doctrinally, except for one situation in Ukraine that damn near changed the war in the first day. But simultaneously, same day, right, you have a VDV division trying to shoot a gap into Kyiv between two Ukrainian units, being used as like they're just an elite motor rifle mechanized infantry formation, and they're not. BMD2s, which is what that unit had, and even BMD4Ms are not anywhere near as well protected as even BMP2s or BMP3s, and those aren't particularly well protected vehicles.
BMD4s are a thing now?
BMD4M, yes. They've seen significant use in this invasion, though it's dwindled rapidly because they didn't have many of them and their production wasn't that high. The other thing is, as is prototypical, once the opening stage of a war is over, and the VDVs start getting used as just elite motor rifle infantry,
oh boy,
they start transitioning the BMPs and BTRs away from their specialized vehicles, because their specialized vehicles are death traps when they're used as motor rifle infantry. They're perfectly fine for running around the enemy's rear and causing havoc, right? It's one of the reasons I like the Striker Brigades, because the Striker Brigades are really good at the hard countering the VDV from a defensive perspective, because you rock up and you can go, hi, we have armored vehicles too.
Good lord.
Yeah. Battle Order's got a pretty good video on them on the VDV, but which is not that video there. But yeah, they're weird. I like the idea of light mechanized airborne infantry. That is not how I would have gone about it, however. I would have literally just put them in APCs and given them some sort of airborne light tank. I would not have bothered with trying to create a airborne IFV that then also dramatically limits the amount of dismounts you can have, while also increasing the weight on the platform, so you have to sacrifice armor even further. The other option you could do is literally what the US is doing right now, which is just motorizing your airborne with the infantry squad vehicle. But the last thing you want to do is have all leg only with no native motorization once they're on the ground. Infantry, because they will die, because everybody's response to a airborne landing is every artillery unit in range fire. It's just to call out a fire mission, because you want to try to catch them while they're still assembling out in the open, their supplies, their kit, their ammunition, right, all of that in the open.
Good God.
No, Motor Strzelecki is literally mechanized infantry, whether they're in BTRs, right, or BMPs. So it's literally the U.S. mechanized infantry from the Cold War, mechanized infantry units. We don't really have a true equivalent today. Our ABCTs are much more tank heavy, but also still have, at the platoon level, far more dismounts typically, and company level. So our ABCTs are different, and evolve much more out of our armored units of the Cold War rather than our mechanized infantry units. The British Army is in a really big problem when it comes to armored vehicles, and I am not hopeful watching how Ajax went down.
Can we not? So I know your opinions on the British Army cycling. Can we not?
Well, somebody
please?
brought it up with 432, right?
No. No.
And don't get me wrong, for its era, 432 is a completely reasonable APC. Okay, like, don't get me wrong.
Please don't fucking. I hate the fact that
I am not envious of the British Army's position.
No one is. Least of all the British Army.
No, what I will say is the British Army is truly without equal in all the world. Those of you who know the phraseology the Russians tend to use, "ne imеет аналогов," will get a little bit of a chuckle out of me saying that the British Army is without analog in all the world.
Oh, for God's sake. I know what that means as well.
I literally just said what it means.
No, as in I know what the implied meaning is.
Like, don't get me started on Warrior. Warrior never should have been brought into service.
Yeah, the British Army just suffers.
It had no business being brought into service with a hand-cranked, hand-elevated gun, hand-loaded gun. No stabilization. It had no business being brought in with that. Now I'm referring to originally, when Warrior was originally adopted. It's younger than Bradley. It's like, it had no business with that, and it comes down to a weird
it's just
a weird optimization for a very specific edge case, so the nuclear battlefield with EMP effects, where everybody else went, let's just do what we would normally do and include hand crank backups, manual backups for everything.
As usual, the same thing happened with the Chiefs as happened with Warrior. Britain saw a concept that they thought was funky, ran with it beyond the method that it was fucking practical, like Chieftain's multi-fuel engine, after everyone else fucking dropped the concept.
And then the US brought it back in the 70s.
I mean, for fuck's sake, if you
1500.
If you want to talk about fucking memeing on the British Army's equipment, we didn't get rid of the fucking Bren gun until fucking the 1990s.
To be fair, the 7.62 Bren gun, pretty reasonable automatic rifle.
Yeah, we were using it as a fucking LMG.
No, you weren't.
Weren't we by that point?
You were using it as an automatic rifle.
Wow. Shocker.
And largely by the Royal Marine Mountain and Arctic Warfare Cadre. And I think no, the Paras didn't. The Paras ran friggin' 2 GPMGs per squad because they're the Paras.
Yeah.
I mean, those early APCs are exactly that, right? They're early APCs with very large personnel transport capability. The Soviets had some similar ones. Look at BTR-50 and its meme-tastic payload.
Yeah,
Or BTR-60 sans roof, or BTR-152 sans roof.
all of the boys like get fucking Private Conscriptovich in there with all of his fucking 25 mates.
And it just comes down to effective transport of the rifle platoon. If you can do that, particularly early on when these vehicles are more expensive, right? If you can transport a platoon in 2 vehicles, right, instead of 4, then you're dramatically better off.
Like, one of the things that the M113 did that was quite revolutionary is that it was cheap.
Yes. And that matters. There's a reason the M113 is the singular most produced armored vehicle in history.
Because I know I'm going to go to hell for saying this, but when Mike Sparks calls it one of the best APCs ever built, he has a point, but not for the reasons he thinks.
Yes. I would say not one of the best, but one of the most successful.
Pretty much. Like, it is peak battle taxi. Shows up, sprays some 50 cals while it drops off lads, goes home. Job done. Korean APCs are weird. Because they're designed to fight on the Korean battlefield. Which is, yeah, there's a lot more shit flying around on the Korean battlefield than European battlefields. Because your enemy's North Korea. So
not true. Not in a Cold War context. In a Cold War context, the amount of artillery the Soviets can bring to bear would make the North Koreans blush. Well,
okay. All the K200 is an M113 with extra sides.
So that is because LVTP-5 can carry a vehicle inside of it. Just like the AAV-7, by the way. Originally, when the Jeep was still in use, both could carry Jeeps. The AAV-7 could, or LVT-7 originally, would only carry one, but LVTP-5 could carry at least one in a trailer.
Yeah.
And again, in the U.S. Marine Corps case, the more people you can get ashore with what can be carried in the unit's landing team, right, the better.
I mean, if you think LVTP,
I
know. Yeah, let me English. LVTP. There we go. LVTP-7 is funny as it is. You haven't seen the version with a 105mm howitzer in the fucking top.
That's the 5. The better one is the one with the 40mm.
There it is.
Gun.
There it is.
The one with the AA gun on it.
The thing that confuses me about that image is not that it's there, it's why is it wearing Berlin Brigade camo?
Because that wasn't necessarily Berlin Brigade camo.
It wasn't?
In British use it was, but that's a fairly standard urban camo.
Who the fuck's using an LVTP?
You don't want to know how long the Philippines have used them.
Oh. That's a good question. Why did the half-track go out of fashion? Mo Waifu asks. They seem to offer reasonable protection and cargo capacity, and I would imagine it's so much easier to operate than an APC.
So they went out of fashion because full-tracked APCs got cheap enough to make. And are dramatically better at off-road. Dramatically better off-road. and as long as you know are using reasonable rubber padded tracks like the U.S. has been using since World War II, and the M113 used, then you can drive on roads just fine. And if you've ever, like, the 113 is not hard at all to drive. I got a phone call I gotta take.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I will just keep this train rolling. In regards to the Austrian-Czech Panda 2, I'm sorry, Chief, but that just looks like a fucking European version of Striker, which therefore makes it decent. What are our opinions on the proposed torpedo strike of the German fleet at the tail end of World War One? It depends. It is very hard to know exactly what the outcome would have been. It's basically as Drax says. It basically has to be wargamed. And I don't have the facilities to do that. Drax trying to get something sorted. What that is, it looks like a giant gear. Hard to tell from that angle. Very hard to tell from that angle, actually.
So my mother calls my personal phone. Then when I don't pick up, calls my work phone. Call her back. She's like, "What kind of chips do you like?"
Oh.
You couldn't have texted me that?
I get that. No, I completely get that.
Anyways, I'm back.
Yeah, I just answered a quick question on this Czech Austrian Panda 2 APC. My basic premise was it just looks like it. He says, "What's my opinion?" My opinion was basically it's like a European Striker with a 20mm cannon. It's all right.
It's a little worse on. It's got some problems with it, but it's perfectly workable. I mean, I'd probably prefer. Like, there's some other ones out there that I'd prefer, not Boxer, because Boxer's the size of a fucking city block, but,
yeah, we don't talk about that.
Speaking of British Army armored vehicle problems. But it's fine. And yeah, that particular one with the autocannon is a 30mm Bushmaster.
Oh. Shows how much I know autocannons, eh?
With, I believe, spikes. Yeah. With 2 spike HEGMs.
Damn. Gunner Officer asks, do you think the Cadillac Gauge Commando had an underrated role in Vietnam, or was just an underrated armored car in the Cold War period?
I don't think it was really underrated.
Was it just flat out bad?
No. Like, it was well liked. It had a specific role. It did that specific role.
What was it specific? I mean, I've heard of it.
As Annie pointed out, the only real user of it was Arvin. They used it largely in a convoy escort role. I mean, they had some other roles it was used in, but that was its primary role. And I mean, it works well, and you see a you saw a similar sort of deal come out with U.S. originally military police vehicles that are very similar, but eventually would end up getting used in convoy escort roles in Iraq early on, until we started having a huge proliferation of proper MRAPs.
Wait, hold up. Annie's just posted a picture. Those things carry dismounts? They're not just armored cars with
Kind of.
crews.
Kind of. But yeah, like they have some seats in them.
Wow.
It's like 4 seats, but with some really creative positioning.
I am going to divert into World War II very quickly and take extreme pleasure dissecting this one because I'm going to love tearing this apart. Rune asks, would the KMS Graf Zeppelin be more useful than the LZ-130 Graf Zeppelin, somehow modified in the late 30s to carry biplanes and carry out recon missions? Oh yes, infinitely more useful. You're asking a German airship filled with hydrogen to operate in the Second World War in Europe, carrying biplanes for reconnaissance for the Kriegsmarine. The Royal Navy and the RAF are going to have a field day shooting that thing down, whereas Graf Zeppelin is harder to kill because it's a ship and carries bombers
like it's still
and
gonna
fighters.
get put down hard, but like it's gonna take more effort than sending one fighter after it. Okay, maybe 4, but still.
Like, Akron and Macon had a role because it was the days before radar. The USN could afford to have 2 of them, and they gave a massive. It basically enabled the carriers to not have to do as much scouting as they otherwise would have to, because you could swing Akron and Macon ahead of the US fleet, both carrier and standard, and basically have them find.
Depending on environment, like you wouldn't do that to the Japanese, but
Yeah. It doesn't work for any other power, and there's a reason why no replacements were built for Akron and Macon after they were destroyed. Had Akron and Macon survived, I think it's likely with their large frame and actual decent excess carry weight, they could have been modified to carry the first large airborne radars. Like, strip out the biplanes and just make them airborne radar pickets for the USN. But that's if they'd survived. The USN is not going to build. The USN is not going to build new airships for that role. Jesus Christ! When you said Ajax was built like a fucking house, I didn't think you meant that much of a fucking house.
I mean, I was referring to Boxer, but yeah, Ajax is big, but that given all the comms gear that's got to fit into it, the fact that they want to have modern sighting systems, thermal systems, a reasonable autocannon on the thing, rather than a 3-round clip-fed hand-loaded autocannon and a hand-cranked turret with hand-cranked elevation. Right? Because guess what? Same setup as Warrior.
Yeah.
Like, it's not surprising. Ajax is far more capable of fighting for information than Warrior. Or not, well, yeah, actually than Warrior, but also than Scimitar. I still think it's questionable, but
yeah. In regards to what you said, Rune, about that picture Seedorder posted, that can only be Shenandoah. Her tail structure is distinctive, and plus, she's basically a German World War I airship warmed over by Hugo Echner. Her lines are distinctive. Also, Akron and Macon are so fucking big and wide, they wouldn't even fit on Lexington's deck. I think that's Lexington. It's hard to tell in the interwar period if it's Lexington or Saratoga, because they both have the 8-inch guns. But I think that's Lexington.
Yeah, Andy, that makes sense. Like, the big thing that the light cav can't do is screening against a mechanized force. At least not effectively, particularly cost effectively on casualties. But
Warrior is just a terrible IFV. I've come to realize this over the years.
Not even sure I'd really consider it a IFV, but
Britcott, what the hell have you done to that fucking large armored car? Why is it on its back 2 wheels? What the I want to know the context for that fucking image now. Why is a large armored car with a 105mm gun balancing on its 2 back wheels? What the How?
it'd be a
Sea Dollars, what's that picture? Is that meant to be Australia? I mean, I assume it is. That looks like Australian camo.
Yeah, it is.
And well, yeah, it's the Abrams is a dead giveaway.
So what you have there is you have the Abrams in their current cavalry / recon sort of vehicle, the LAV with the 25, and then you have the 2 competitors for replacing the LAV 25 on the other side of the Abrams. The Boxer one, the one on the far left, is Will 1. And Germany is actually going to be buying some of those to replace, I can't remember what, but
The increase in size is kind of interesting.
protection, sensors, armament,
Our tank's gonna get bigger
off-road
as well.
mobility for a wheel. Generally speaking, probably not. So the other thing is the Australian Boxer has to carry some dismounts. And that's the thing you've got to remember with a lot of these. And the other thing with 8x8s is you have to deal with the suspension and all of that necessary for an 8x8 to have reasonable cross-country mobility. Also, Boxer is just chungus, even by 8x8 standards. You put this thing next to a Striker, it's ginormous. You put this thing next to a modern Piranha, it's ginormous. You put it next to an AMV, a Patriot AMV, it's ginormous. And part of it is because of that modular back piece.
Is Boxer's design bad?
I'm not going to say it's bad because it's made some trade-offs, right? There's reasons they did that for the role and what they wanted.
This is what I meant. Like, is it a bad design choice, or is it just a trade-off?
It's a trade-off. Redwood, that sort of echoes what I've heard indirectly via like Chatham House rules and stuff. Yeah,
It's great. Stick a turret on it.
it's because the British Army desperately wants a modern IFV, and right now what they're getting is Boxer with a remote weapon station to replace Warrior as an APC. Yeah, scroll up, Turpits. Oh, a Centauro. That might be compared to a Lav, but... Oh, don't get me started on the frickin' tracked Boxer. Like, tracked Striker didn't work either. For a very good reason. You just end up even bigger. Namir is there because of very specific Israeli things I'm not going to get into at the moment. And we're just not going to get into at the moment. So...
Like, not the mobile pillbox. Come on, haven't we suffered enough?
That's a better name than I would use, but I'm not going to use the name I'd use on this in this chat because of what's currently going on.
The thoughts on the US Army program, the GCV, to replace the Bradley back in the late 2000s. Never heard of that.
So that a lot of the early 2000s stuff was very, 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 very overambitious and not really possible. We're gonna skip past that Chinese UAE Qatari thingy. To put it plain and simple, GCV wasn't gonna go anywhere. The technology wasn't there yet. The funny thing is, a lot of stuff from those early 2000s ideas the US Army wanted to do back then is actually technologically possible now. And many of these systems that are slowly coming in are accomplishing those same things. Yeah, that's the other thing. Ground combat vehicle weight estimates were like 70 tons. It was bad. Like, it would not have worked.
That vehicle is just weird. They decided to have a tank turret on a big on a purpose-built chassis. It's weird.
The amphibious thing there?
Yeah.
It's the same reason you saw a 30 set, because that's a 40mm gun there, but you saw the 37s on the Amtraks in World War II for the US. It's the same thing. It's just...
No, I get that, but they picked the worst gun for it. It's a bloody 2-pounder. It's not... Like, the 37 is a very useful dual-purpose weapon. The 2-pounder is leaning more into an anti-tank role. Yes, it has a HE shell, but it's not what I'd call...
Yeah, future combat systems in general, gunnery, are not really. Not really. Yeah. And to be honest, Fleet, the 37, US 37, didn't really have a usable HE shell, but it at least had canister. So.
Which is, yeah. That's a point. Yeah, the 75mm short howitzers that appeared on things like the M8 Scott and the later models of support LVT A's were just a better solution to the problem. And the M8 Scott itself was an interesting solution to a problem. Gave the US a light, mobile 75mm close support weapon.
Well, for certain units, certain very specific units, because those were attached to light tank units that were largely used for screening or providing support in ground that was just not viable for other armor, to simplify it. But yes, generally speaking, if you needed that kind of support as a rifle unit, you'd end up with a Sherman, because the Sherman can just do it better.
Yeah.
And there's also far more Shermans.
Sherman 105, is it a self-propelled artillery piece, an assault gun, or something in between?
It's a support tank. Meant for reducing obstacles and transpositions, providing support firepower, right? Like, it's there to support the infantry, or it's there to deal with targets that require more HE than the 75. Let's put it that way.
How common?
Because it is still considered a tank. Depends on the unit how common it was. Some units had a couple per company. Other units didn't. Depends.
No, it's not.
No, it's not an engineer tank at all.
Like the US had a specialized engineering.
The regular tank.
It's not. It's not an equivalent to the Churchill AVRE. The Churchill AVRE is a specialized engineering tank / demolition vehicle. The Sherman 105 is a just support tank. Different kettle of fish entirely. No.
Let's move on past that. Let's turn a tank chassis into an AA gun.
So that's not a, no.
Let's move past that.
Yeah, that's not a double-barreled Sherman. That is a Sherman Crocodile, I believe, and it's not photoshopped, Turpitz. That I think is a Sherman Croc with the side-by-side long-barreled flamethrower. Is that right? That is a Sherman Croc in it. I think.
I don't remember. So you see why the whole machine gun is welded over there, right, Rune? That's because that's where the fuel is for the flamethrower. In place of what would have been the bell gunner / assistant driver.
Which is a much better arrangement than the than the Churchill Crocodile's method of towing a giant box of fuel behind you.
Well, depending on your point of view. Yep, that is a Pershing with a 105 on it.
Although you do see, is it with the M48 or the M60 the US finally adopts a dedicated engineering tank with a, what is it, 165 in the turret?
You would see that with the M60, but then that was a one-off thing. So, and that tank had multiple roles to fill and just didn't really fill them very well.
So the US never really adopted the whole engineering tank plus demolition tank
no,
concept.
we preferred dedicated vehicles. So for obstacle clearing and stuff like that, there was a M60 version that was focused more around the use of MICLICs and mine plows and stuff like that, just like there is for the Abrams. But that's about the extent of what we do.
Okay, alright, okay, I am fucking squashing this, and I'm squashing it now, because I'm sick and tired of Italy and Japan being called skill issue nations when it comes to tanks. No, 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 no. Italian and Japanese tanks were built for roles they were designed to fill, and they were built around the industrial capabilities of the countries involved. They were not skill issues, they were built for a purpose. How many times do I have to hammer this home? Italy was actually less industrialized compared to the other nations of Europe, and hell, even compared to Japan, possibly. It's the fact that Italy was able to produce tanks with guns in reasonable numbers in fully rotating powered turrets with a decent level of armor. Like, the M14 is not a bad tank. Neither was the M13. Especially since they came out in 1940 and 39. Italian tanks were also kind of reliable. They weren't good in combat, but they were pretty easy to run and maintain, which is what the Italian army needed them to do. Japan also, their tanks were designed to fight a land war in Asia against the Chinese, which means you need a tank that's capable of dealing with large concentrations of infantry, in placed positions, and most importantly, being reliable and fuel economic. They were not designed. The fact that when you put tanks like that against, I don't know, Stuarts or Shermans,
who, by the way, are 10 years newer. generally.
And they don't immediately wipe the field with the Americans is not surprising. Japan had better things to be doing than building modern main battle tanks, and to be perfectly blunt with you, given the Italian industrial situation, so did the Italians. It's only when you see large numbers of Grants and Shermans start showing up in North Africa that Italian tanks really start to struggle to kill their opposite numbers. Because the 47mm gun that the Italian tanks carried could deal with a Crusader, could deal with anything that's not a British infantry tank at normal battle ranges. But we bring something like a Grant or a Sherman, that's not going to happen. And it's only at that point that you see the Italians go to something like the P-26. Same thing with the Japanese. You don't see the Japanese move towards better armor until they encounter American tanks. Does that answer everyone's question? Are we good? No one's going to say that Japanese and Italian tanks are shit anymore?
They're just way out of date.
And designed for wars that were different from the ones that they ended up fighting in. And even then, they gave a good account of themselves. I mean, if you want to talk about interesting, the US is...
I'm not sure I'd agree with that assessment, but...
fair enough. But each their own, I suppose. Which assessment? The one I made about not doing...
They gave a good account of themselves. I think that's going to depend on both nations.
Yeah, fair enough. It would vary on a case-by-case basis.
And if your enemy doesn't have any tanks, so long as you have working tanks, then yeah, of course. But the moment they have their own tanks or reasonable anti-tank weapons, the Japanese tanks just completely fall apart.
Yeah.
Even if they have emplaced Mauduses. Like... they just fall apart.
Yeah, the Hargo did not have a fun time when it ran into the 50 cal. I will actually look you straight in the face and say the TOG 2 was a very specific program designed. The TOG 2 was the TOG program was basically a we want this on the retainer in case it does devolve into World War One again. The British were also building. Yeah, Britcoat they did, but then the US just brought up Shermans and wiped the floor with the Shiha Shinotos. Well, yeah, of course they are. The Shinoto turret Shihas were specifically built because the Japanese knew they were going to encounter US tanks in the
fleet. Their Shermans were not in the Philippines. In 1941.
No, I was about to say the Shinotos were designed to kill things like the M3 and the M3 Light while being immune to it. That was the point. They don't deal with Shermans though. There's nothing wrong with a T6 medium. It's just a Sherman, but different. There's nothing wrong with a T6. Look at it. It's a cast boy.
It never entered serious service for a reason. Like, it offered you very little over an actual Sherman, and would have just been a supply and production problem. Like,
I mean, the reliability levels on Shermans were ridiculously good. It's part of the reason why, what was it, the US didn't accept a tank if it couldn't run a ridiculous amount of mileage without breakdown. The QWERTY, while that is an interesting idea, it goes against US doctrine. As far as the US is concerned, tank destroyers were lightly armoured, quick, and they were responsive units, so they wouldn't be engaged. If they basically, if a unit encountered armor, this is as far as I remember it, and you're welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, Cyclic. If a US unit encountered enemy armor, they'd call up the tank destroyers and say, "Look, we've got
No.
some." No.
The tank destroyers were a firefighter style unit, large in this role you're talking about in Doctrine, largely intended to meet a breakthrough if it got through lines. That was it. Okay. They weren't to be up in support of troops engaged on the line. That was the role of tanks, anti-tank guns, the infantry's own anti-tank capability. The tank destroyers were there to be a reserve that you could use to smack an armored breakthrough with. They did this a few times in the war quite well.
The first time they did.
Also, in the first time they did it in the war, they did it horrifically bad, but they bought the time necessary. So,
The US Tank Destroyer Corps in North Africa in the early part of the war is a really interesting mix of kit. You've got the you've got the 37mm Portees, you've got the 57 and 75 equipped half tracks, and then you've got the cream of the crop at this point, which is the M10s.
they only came in very late in North Africa.
And see, QWERTY interprets the US would look at these tank destroyers and go, okay, that's nice, but you've given us a gun we already have in a turret for less mobility and less crew awareness. Why would we adopt this? You're giving the US nothing it doesn't already have.
That was one potential option that was considered and then not adopted for the what would eventually become the M10/M18. So the tank destroyers that were predominantly used were the lights and then the half tracks in North Africa. They were a stopgap solution, and this is why that half track has a French 75 in it. But they also performed pretty unsatisfactorily. Satisfactorily.
There's
I can't speak.
It's alright, I can't speak either, you're not alone. The French 75 half tracks were actually slid into a fire support role later in their careers, which took advantage of the US's deep stocks of 75mm HE ammunition, and they served throughout the rest of the war as light artillery.
Kind of. There were a lot of cases where they just got thrown in a field.
Yeah, that makes sense.
With a bunch of other vehicles because they left a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
In that role, like the gun wasn't really designed to elevate highly, so you had to dig out a trench.
Yeah. Gunnery Officer asks, why did the US have two different TDs in the form of the M18 and the M10?
M10 was a stopgap to get something that was actually useful instead of the 75 half track. And the M10 was or M18, sorry, was what Tank Destroyer Branch leadership wanted. Not every unit would go on to accept M18s. There were one or two units that effectively mutinied to keep their M10s because they preferred the little bit extra armor on the M10.
Bull Reeves asks a follow-on, did the M36 ever see any use against the more capable German tanks?
I'm
like
not aware of
Panthers
its
and
combat history in World War II.
Fair enough.
Generally speaking, U.S. forces in Northwest Europe encountered Tigers a handful of times. Um,
You were much more likely to see a panther than you were any other big cat.
and even panthers were relatively rare outside of a couple periods. Generally speaking, you would most likely see a Panzer III or Panzer IV. The Panthers were used in significant numbers in a couple of operations by the Germans, along with some King Tigers or Tiger Twos, whatever you want to call them. But by and large, most of the tanks the Western Allies, were up against were threes and fours.
And even then,
Obviously, the later you go, the more likely you are to actually see Panthers. But yeah, and at Aracore, it was mostly Panthers. There were Panzer IVs and Panzer IIIs there, but mostly Panthers.
yeah. Normandy is where you see the biggest grab bag of German armor, because basically every German tank type was present in Normandy in at least double-digit figures, even if it was only 12 in the case of King Tigers. Although Tiger Panic was a real thing because the silhouette of a Panzer IV with side skirts looks very much like a tiger.
And
So,
everybody was afraid of seeing a tiger. It's kind of like how we were laughing at the Russians calling combines Leopard 2s. Or logging trucks HIMARS.
I mean, it's Cyclic is actually right when he says well, I'd just like to add some more context. Panther reliability was actually better than Panzer IV reliability, and also Panzer IV production had stopped in mid 44. So as you get into late 44, 45, you really do start to see the Panther come in a big way.
Well, not in a big way, but the big Western Front engagement against Panthers, because German tanks get rarer and rarer on the Western Front, as you start getting into really late 44 and into 45. But the big Panther engagement was Aracore. They were also noted in the Battle of the Bulge. But those are really the only two engagements where you see Panthers in any reasonable numbers post Falaise Gap on the Western Front, at least from the U.S. perspective here. The Canadians had some meme times against Panthers. And just in general meme times against the SS. I will forever be amused by the Canadian Piat team erasing an SS officer from existence with a Piat.
What?
Yeah, they hit him in the fucking torso with a
Ooh! But he is out of here!
Oh, right. Yeah, thank you, Redwood. No, wait. No. Hang on. I'd need to look that up. Pretty sure Aracore was after. Yeah. You really, after Falaise, there's really only a couple of big engagements / campaigns between that involve a lot of German armor, and both of those required a significant concentration effort by the Germans. Yeah, when you hear the Canadians stop apologizing, run.
Yep.
Because they're about to reclaim their title of King of the War Crimes. Yeah, by actually competing again.
No, the Super Pershing is not the best Pershing. That would be the M46. Which they renamed the Patton because they changed so much that it was technically a different tank. The Super Pershing was a one-off that was deeply flawed. It had some good points, but it was deeply flawed. The only thing people see when they see Super Pershing is, ooh, big armor, applique, and 90mm gun.
Oh, longer 90mm gun.
Sorry, yeah, longer 90mm gun. The Super Pershing should have lost the engagement that it supposedly fought with that King Tiger. Because the King Tiger's crew made the... I still doubt that happened. Because they say that the King Tiger went over a... It was a frontal engagement. Both tanks advanced towards each other. The King Tiger then goes over a slope, giving the Super Pershing a shot into its lower glacis. Even a poorly trained Hitler-Jugend crew would know that you don't...
No, they wouldn't. Fleet, that's not how tank engagements work. 1. 2. It's not World of Tanks or War Thunder. 3. Never underestimate the stupidity of a panicked conscript doped up on drugs.
Wait, I didn't say anything that would make you... Now listen here. First off, I said I wasn't defending what happened. I'm just saying that's what the story I heard. Secondly, I said it was all wrong. Like, why would they advance towards each other?
That can happen. If you don't feel you have a clear shot, you may need to move forward. Like, there's a lot of reasons to move your tank in a tank duel, even directly forward. It really depends on your perception as the tank commander. Like, or your driver may just start moving forward for some reason because they may be a poorly trained conscript hopped up on meth.
Yeah, probably. And then again...
Sufficient enough to keep the German army fighting. And also, remember, a good deal of the Tiger II units were SS on top of that. So now you need to add in the fanaticism part of that.
Yeah. Do you think the American version of Market Garden is Hurtgen Forest? I don't know enough about Hurtgen Forest. I know the name, but I don't know the exact specifics. I've never... The fuck is Hurtgen Forest? Let me actually have a look. Oh, this is the battle that preceded... That's the long-running battle that preceded the Ardennes offensive. I mean, the US still took ground. They took casualties doing it, but I'd also argue that they were advancing into German territory for the first time, and it was really bad terrain. They were always going to take casualties in that. In fact, you could argue that the fact that the Germans ground them as aggressively as they did, despite the US still advancing, laid the groundwork for the Ardennes offensive. After World War II ended, how long did the Allies plan on occupying the former Axis countries, and how important to them was the stabilization of these countries? I mean, you see
Let me put it to you this way. The U.S. had to put its foot down to let West Germany become a country again.
France was not... Yeah, France was not... Yeah.
It was more the British, actually. Like, France was agreeing, but it was more the British. Japan actually had the far easier ride. Well, Italy, obviously, because they had the whole civil war.
Yeah, turned co-belligerent.
But that said, how nice was that for Italy when they have running gun battles in the streets through the entirety of the Cold War? Between the far right and the far left. So, and then toss in mafia violence on top of that.
Yeah.
Not a good time. But
hey, now the thing with Japan still
Japan probably got off of the two main players here. Probably got off the easiest. Hungary and Romania probably got off the worst.
Yeah.
So.
Why didn't Italy scuttle their battleships when the peace deal was signed? Because the Italians were co-belligerents by that point, and the battleships they had left were the old refitted dreadnoughts.
Well, they did move to get their fleet interned in Alexandria, including one of the Littorios, if not two, I don't remember.
The second one got clobbered by a Fritz X.
Yeah, and it got clobbered by a Fritz X on the way. And then post World War II, a good chunk of the Italian fleet was scrapped to keep the Soviets from getting it as war reparations.
Yep, though they did still run off with one of the old battleships.
Well, it was fine. Nobody really cared
No.
about that. But what they didn't want was the more modern, more capable ships. The Italians did build some pretty good heavy cruisers.
Okay, 1 second. Before I'm gonna read this question, then laugh hysterically, then answer it. If Akagi or Kaga survived the war, could they have been modernized and kept in service longer, like some of the Midways who stayed around until the 70s?
No. No. There's a reason today Japan is so cagey about calling their flat tops aviation escorts, right? Because that's actually what that term means. It doesn't mean destroyer, even though destroyer is technically the official translation. What it actually means is escort. So like Izumo, Kaga are helicopter/aviation now escorts. There is a reason they're so cagey about that, and that is because of what we instilled in them. And post-war, no.
And also,
they only started getting sort of destroyer escorts and destroyers in the 50s.
Yeah. Secondly, even if even if they were allowed to keep carriers for some reason, of all the candidates you could have picked, the two ships with the longest service life and the worst design that are the most worn out. Just... I can't... Alright. But yeah, no, they're not surviving.
I don't even think they would have survived to that point, gunnery officer, because they would have been obliterated in port during the period where the USN was just sitting off the coast wailing on Japan.
The British would have loved to have had a crack at them, get some Japanese carrier kills under their belt.
I don't think the Brits would have ever had the chance.
You're probably right.
Um,
But yeah,
the Brits would have won Jutland regardless. I think the biggest thing that kept them from winning harder was the shells. I don't think they would have.
I mean, the British didn't. The British strategically won Jutland, but tactically it was an undeniable German battle victory.
I can't even call that a battle victory. The German objective was to knock out the battlecruiser fleet. They failed. Right? You got to look at both sides' objectives when you determine that, and the Germans failed their objective, just by and large. Now, that said, the Brits kind of failed their tactical objective, but at the same time, they accomplished the other objective, which was ensuring the battlecruiser fleet didn't get crumped, and B, laid one hell of a walloping on the German fleet that saw it never sortie again. The Germans did not have a tactical victory in that.
Yeah. Your typical gunnery officer. If Ark Royal did survive her ordeal in the Med, she wouldn't be sent to serve with the Yorktowns at the Solomons. What she would be is the UK wouldn't send USS Robin. They wouldn't send an armoured carrier. They'd send Ark Royal, because she's built for the Pacific. She's a better fit with US fleet doctrine. She'd be the carrier that would be lent to the USN, not Audacious. She's got bigger hangar space.
Mako, I'm not sure by the time TOW is really a thing. H1. So I know the ones immediately preceding the Zulus could also just use Hellfire. H1Qs, let me...
I always get the armoured carriers mixed up. They all blend together for me. All the names just blend together.
Because I know the Whiskey Cobras could just straight up use Hellfire.
There's nothing for Ark Royal to do in the Indian Ocean. There's a reason why there are no RN fleet assets in the Indian Ocean after 1942. Because there's nothing for them to do. I'll call a fast fleet carrier if it goes over 30 knots. The Illustrious do, so therefore they can get that title. No, the older Essexes and Midways were not a good investment. They're too big. They're too much carrier. Well, no, the Essexes aren't, but the Midways are. But nations preferred newer carriers if they were going to buy that. Like, so the nations usually preferred to buy the older French carriers that were conventionally built in the 50s, or they preferred to, if they wanted to go even cheaper than that, they preferred to buy British light carriers most of the time.
Sierra Delta had a question about Cobra armament. Or Mako, sorry. I'm trying to do like 4 or 5 things here at once.
How do Von Spain's Shear compare? I try my best not to compare admirals, basically down to A, I don't know their personal
Mako,
characters.
I don't know you at Delta much, so...
I don't generally compare. admirals because that.
Okay, how to trigger Phoenix with one meme. Gunnery officer right there, because Canada was not. Phoenix has had one heck of a rant about that in the past. And this is the guy who's done the spreadsheets to total up tonnage. I don't remember in detail well enough, but
All right, moving swiftly onwards, shall we? Yeah, Darth Sidious, I'm not going to compare admirals because it's very hard to do them justice without having, done a full fucking thesis on both men. Yeah, basically, it requires having the knowledge to do that. I do not, so I will not. Could the Russians have won at Tsushima if they had a fleet of actually competent sailors and officers? Yes. They could have won at Tsushima as it was. The battle just has to go slightly differently. A few more shells have to land in the right... Just literally, all you have to do is twist where some of the shells land. Togo's...
by that point in the War Bowl, not meaningfully. It would have just been outright sunk by something else.
Yeah. Togo's fleet at Tsushima was taking an absolute battering doing that fucking turn he decided to do in open view of his enemy. The Russians were landing hit after hit after hit on the leading 3 battleships of the IJN battle line. Had some of those shells gone differently, or if the Russian fleet had still been in battle line, the proper battle line it should have been in, I mean, it depends. Well, no, it doesn't, Rebel, but the question was, can they win the battle? Yes, they can win the battle. They can win the battle. They can't win the war at that point. In order to win
Gunnery
the...
officer, delete that.
But they can't win the war. In order to win the war, they have to win some of the earlier naval actions.
We might be about to get Moo.
Hey, fucking fantastic. I always love when Moo shows up. It's great fun. From what I've read, Togo was sick of being treated like this messiah. Why is the Dutch Navy... Gerten Kriegsman, I literally did a ramblings on the Dutch Navy with Guy, our Dutch admiral. So I'll advise you to go and look at that for my answer, for a far more detailed answer to that question. But suffice it to say, that's just fundamentally incorrect. The Dutch Navy was not. The Dutch Navy had a unique series of situations and sought to answer those situations with various key factors.
Welcome, Moo.
Why? What's up?
There were some questions earlier that people had about Arctic naval infantry stuff for the Soviets.
And I had one.
So if they come back up, and I know Fleet had one that Fleet had like a question that I just couldn't answer as well. So
Okay.
We were talking about Soviet doctrine, how they use their tanks and their infantry, and the arrangement between tanks and infantry. And I just wanted to ask, what was the Soviet use case for their heavies prior to their retirement?
What do you mean?
So you've got
like IS-4.
No, I mean, what do you mean? What is the use case of a heavy tank?
As in, like, so if you're conducting an attack with a
Sure.
with a Soviet battalion tactical group, you've got mechanized
Uh,
infantry, the normal MBTs. Where do the heavies fit into this?
Well, so I would point out that the MBTs for until the 80s were basically, you can say, until the heavies were gotten rid of, were called medium tanks. T55, T54, T62, T64, T72, I believe, are all medium tanks. The heavy tanks. You know what? Hold on. Let me get my Soviet tactical book out. That's Soviet operational art or Soviet tactics. There we go. Now this is mainly going to be talking about the forward detachment, but no, I don't want the Revolution Military. I can look at the Revolution Military Affairs. 1987 Tactica. As I understand it, as I'm looking for a better source, the heavies were generally breakthrough forces.
So basically, they're going in at the van.
They would be supporting. No, generally infantry would lead, but it depends because of the nuclearization. But generally speaking, they would be supporting infantry in the breakthrough. I really wish I had my U.S. Army threat document from the 50s. That would be helpful. But I don't. I also need to get clearance to use it. Because it's marked restricted, and I don't know if it's been declassified.
You probably wouldn't use it on this then, because I am streaming this.
Well, I mean, I can't. It's in a sealed bag because I refuse to deal with that until I can know that it's okay for me to use it. Glance is very concerned with the operational level, and so is focused. The book I have, at least here in front of me that I'm using, is focused.
Oh no.
Yeah, we aren't.
What's up?
Like, that's just not happening with the A10. Like,
It's not replacing the A10. It also performs a different role. Much more comparable. I mean, first of all, the U.S. isn't getting it as the Air Force, but
there's a question here about is Motostrelsky the direct comparison to the U.S. armored cavalry in the 1980s? Gunnery officer asks.
I already answered
No.
Oh,
that
did you?
one. Yeah,
No,
that's
motor
literally just
rifle-
mechanized infantry.
motor rifle just means mechanized infantry. Yeah. It's just a linguistic thing because the Russian word for infantry is pekhota, and the Russian word for rifle is rifleman is Strelkovets or something. but the Soviets called their infantry units rifle units as opposed to infantry, except for the naval infantry, who were naval infantry. But yes, if you want a comparison, there isn't really like a standing comparison for the U.S. armored cavalry in the Soviet order of battle. You might compare it to divisional independent tank battalion or an army independent tank regiment. You might also compare it in some roles to the forward detachment or an avant-garde, but it depends on. There isn't like a clear correlation because the Soviets and the U.S. didn't fight the same, and so trying to compare these sorts of formations or organizations is a bit iffy. I suppose I could just look backwards to comment on World War II use of the heavy tank units.
I mean, it didn't really change over that much. The heavy tank usage, I mean.
I wouldn't say that, but I'm not entirely. I bet the other book probably has stuff on tactical organizations as well. Yeah, it does. All right, great. Where's the?
That's an interesting question because it depends on Army or Marine Corps gunnery officer. And the Marine Corps use of tanks was not different, but a little bit more unique, given their force structure than the Army's. So somebody else can probably comment on that in text while Moo's looking this one up, and I'm not the best for that. But yeah, Mako's right. Marine Corps mission.
Bull Reeves, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Because that was...
We're
not touching that.
How could you know?
There's no way.
It's just an unknowable question. Even if we could answer it, like within the rules of the server, it can't be answered.
It's not a technical aspect of the war, so we can't touch it.
Well, no one could know. It's predicting the future.
We're not experts. Well, Moo is.
Even if we were, if somebody
Expert
tries
is
to
generous, but I appreciate the candor.
Try to predict that they're not really in a realm that they should.
So the
be.
heavy tanks were in the 1960s. The heavy tanks were in the tank division, organizationally. Which let me just double check that there's not like an attached which means that they at the sort of front level would be that would put them in a combined arms army or a tank army, but looking at the combined arms army, you would see them likely as the Army's exploitation force. So I was actually wrong there, because there aren't any tank regiments in the motor rifle division. Oh, that's interesting. The 1968 pattern of tank division also lacks the heavy tanks. It replaces the heavy tank regiment of 95 heavy tanks with another medium tank regiment of 95 medium tanks. So that would definitely change things. That said, yeah, so in like the 50s and late 50s through the early mid 60s, you're seeing early 60s, because the governing theme of Soviet reform in the 60s is the nuclearization and hardening of everything. But you would see the heavy tanks committed as part of the army, the Combined Arms Army's exploitation force. So they would, after the motor rifle divisions in the first echelon, depending on, after the motor rifle divisions achieved a certain goal, reached a certain phase line, completed a certain mission, such as the destruction of a certain scale or a specific enemy unit, then you would see the commitment of the tank division, the heavy tanks functioning as, I don't know, doesn't really specify, which is kind of annoying.
Very quickly, Rune, I don't know the answer to that question. Also, God knows why you want to give me fucking money. I'd say the last
viable. I mean, the Soviet heavies were really nasty.
Yeah, that's what I was going to go with. I was going to say that, yeah, the last viable Soviet heavy is whatever last Soviet heavy there was.
I mean, T-10M was pulled off frontline units in 1973, I think. But I mean, they retired IS-2M in 1993. So the heavies never went away. They just were in reserve units. But the thing is that the heavy tank of 50 tons doesn't really get you meaningful improvement on the battlefield compared to, at the time, by the 70s, a medium tank of 35 tons.
Yeah.
Because T-62 is fucking broken with the fact that it's like 35 tons.
You're kidding.
So small.
I thought that thing was a 40 to 45 tonner. T-62 is bloody 35 tons.
The T-62 is 37 tons. Metric.
Bloody hell.
The ridiculous part is that a T-64, the T-64A is 38 metric tons.
What? Sorry, pardon.
Yeah. No, Soviet tanks were really light for a while. It's part of why there's like, why all of this stuff is just jammed in there, and they explode real good, is because they're minuscule.
Tiny boys, tiny flat boys.
Yeah,
I mean,
explode so well. Like,
it's also like, you think about the 1970s battlefield, right? And let me see if I can get a picture.
I wouldn't say they're glass cannons. That's not accurate.
No, they're disgustingly armored, just mainly from the front.
Don't poke them from the sides or the top.
Well, I mean, the side armor on T-70 on most of the Soviet tanks is actually like slightly thicker than on certainly on the MBTs, is like 10 to 20 millimeters thicker than the contemporary Western tanks. Here's a T-72 next to an S tank, and like, the S tank is comically small.
But that's not that much taller.
No, these are similar. These are roughly to scale, and here's a Patton and an S tank.
Oh my.
Yeah, the T-72 is a very clever design. It's quite sort of it's very satisfyingly clever. the split torsion bar thing on T64, as I understand it, is entirely due to needing to fit more torsion bar into the same length, so you don't have to stagger the road wheels to make production easier. The T64 is not the most production optimized vehicle.
I mean, it's supposed to be the bespoke Soviet tank with the 72
No,
being the
it was
war
supposed to be
emergency.
the standard. I mean, yeah, T72 comes out of a program to get UVZ to make T64s, and UVZ's response is basically, well, what if we took all of the stuff we were working on to compete with the T64 and sort of bashed that into a T64. So that's and a lot of it was because the T64 is, because it's so light, it doesn't have a lot of growth room in the chassis. So when they tried to put a V12 diesel in it as opposed to the 5-cylinder opposed piston, it cracked the chassis.
Bloody hell! Wait, what? Wait, what? It cracked the chassis.
It was like cracking the welds. Yeah.
Ooh.
The like structural margin. First of all, it's a like what 20-something liter cast iron block V8 V12 diesel engine. Like, it's heavy. It's not like a Meteor where you have an aluminum block. The hull, there was nothing defective with the welding the tank hull. It's that the hull was built to take a certain engine, which is very light and power dense, versus cast iron blocks are really
Versus a
common.
brick.
Versus taking, you know, a big brick of cast iron.
Like, you've got what's the word? The T72 is basically, it's just a decent MBT that's slightly less, that has slightly
Well, it
more
depends
upgrade
which
room.
one.
Well, okay, no, I'm more going generally.
I mean, all of the Soviet MBTs of that generation are perfectly reasonable tanks.
That's what I mean. I'm not. I'm not saying it's not going to win any fucking contests for just being flat out the best. But if you want, let's say, let's
It's
say,
the cheapest.
yeah, let's say, like, if you want let's say if you're someone operating in the Middle East or in Africa and you want a,
Well, we're not thinking about this in a modern context. We're talking about this in era.
yeah, well, in
I mean,
era, well,
at the
even,
time,
in
yeah.
era,
yeah, the T72 is not bad.
Right, it's a world-leading tank at the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
that's what I'm getting at. It's not necessarily the, if you're in the Middle East, you want a cheap, effective tank. That's still the T60.
That was
T55.
T55.
Yeah.
No, T62 barely got exported.
I think only the Syrians got them.
East Germans, I think.
And
The big issue that they have is the ERA layout on the turret is not great because you do have those gaps in it.
yes, like
which
you
is
can
just
slot
annoying.
you can slot a heat lance through there.
Algeria got a 300 and some in the 70s. Angola, Cuba, Egypt.
How many did East Germany get? Can you double check that, Mo?
Just checking. Oh, East Germany didn't get T62s. I was wrong. Interesting. Bulgaria had 250.
Bulgaria got
and-
T62s?
Yeah, in the late 60s through the early 70s.
Why
The
Bulgaria?
T62 you got, because they're one of the major members of the Warsaw Pact.
No, I get that, but in terms of flanks,
To invade Greece.
oh yeah, that's a point.
Greece and Turkey are both NATO members.
Yeah, no, I keep forgetting those two squabbling people are on the same side most of the time.
Well, when it comes to the Soviets.
Casually pointing
Yeah.
NATO's largest tank fleets at each other, apart from the US.
Yeah. A whole bunch of people had T62s. Algeria still has nearly 300.
Yeah.
Interesting. But yes, so the T72s are perfectly. Yeah, no, Redwood. I got confused by the Germans not getting T-62s and thought that they had.
So-
I knew it was one or the other.
So, what? So I've often heard T-80
Mhm.
called T-64, but modernized. That doesn't sound right to me.
It depends on which. The original T-80 has a T-64A turret.
Because, like, you mentioned that the T-64 didn't have much room for upgrades. So
It
what
didn't
did-
have much room to do other things with the hull. Like if you wanted to put a different engine in it. Both the T-72 and the T-80 come out of efforts to put a new engine in the hull of a T-64, and it was challenging to do so. That's annoying.
What tanks North Korea uses are up for debate.
North Korea uses a bunch of T-62 derivatives. I wouldn't call them knockoffs.
Yeah.
Well, no. The Norks don't use whatever they can find. The Norks are very good at using whatever they've got and creating new things.
So
Yeah, they
typical
can-
gunnery officer, the ATGMs were added at different times for different tanks. T-64B was the first one to have an ATGM with the Cobra, or AT-8 in NATO-Ease, and which is I think 1976 or 78. T-80B in 1981, I want to say, also got the same ATGM. That's sort of the definitive production version of the T-80, because the original T-80 sans suffix is basically just a gas turbine powered T-64, the different suspension. T-72 also got an ATGM, but a different one, the Reflex or Severe, I can never remember which is the earlier one, or AT-11, when T-72B came out in 1984 or so. And that is a different missile with a different guidance principle, and it's a bit more effective.
Yeah.
Because it has the warhead at the back.
Tirpitz, I know you say missile spam there, but there's a reason why almost every North Korean armoured vehicle or vehicle in general has mounted Iglas and Strelas. It's basically get the fuck out of my fucking airspace.
It's the same thing as a Commander's 50 caliber machine gun.
Basically,
But
but
it's just a little more effective.
Yeah.
I'm
And the reason they have those ATGMs is because you're looking at a 115 armed tank, not a 125 armed tank.
we don't know what the latest paper prototype that's come out of North Korea is armed with, so we're just going to discount it.
Someone needs to go sneak up to it with a big apple. That's
Yes.
what they did for BMP-2. There's a big debate as to whether it had a 23 or a 30 or a 37. Well, what caliber gun it has. Are you talking about the box on top of the gun? That's the laser rangefinder.
Oh!
Um,
So wait, the North
Yeah.
Koreans have laser rangefinders? Damn.
They're not hard to make.
dude, laser rangefinders have been standard issue on tanks since the early 70s.
Fair enough. The Norks are getting advanced.
And they're
That's not advanced. That's like
I know.
advanced.
I'm just...
So Fleet, I have a handheld laser rangefinder I use at work that's accurate to 3 feet. Okay?
So presumably they can
And that's
get one
dirt
that's
cheap.
good.
That's dirt cheap. Right? Well, dirt cheap on my government credit card. But it's not hard to make these things.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you can judge from the film quality what year this is from. Now it's an Eastern Bloc picture. I believe that's a Czechoslovakian tank. So that film could have been taken any time from 1943 to 1992. But if it will eventually fucking load, pardon me.
Dude, we swear all the time on ramblings. You're fine.
Anyway, there's a couple different models of laser rangefinder. It's because my internet is garbage, and I've called the ISP about it, and they've said we'll put a ticket in for you, and nothing's changed. So,
That-
Britain.
the big thing is,
Hey,
you
just
can
a
see they
minute.
still
Britain's
have
not
the
that
IR spotlights.
Well, he's in Britain.
It's my
No, I know.
specific internet provider. It used to be better.
Well, you-
The ATGMs, there's a bit of a question as to what they were used for. The gun-launched ATGMs seem to have been useful for a number of things. Engaging targets at quite a distance is one of them. Engaging ATGM positions or carriers from
So
an equal
basically,
range footing
you
is
fire
part of it.
you fire an ATGM at an ATGM.
Well, like if you see
No,
if you see an ITV, right, that's like firing at you, it might be beyond the effective battle range of your gun. But if you can snapshot out a missile at it, you know, you also might be able to like track it as it moves and stuff.
Why?
Part of
Sorry, go on. I'll let you finish, and then I'll ask what I've got to ask.
well, part of this is because like it's also easier to hit a moving target at range with the gun launched ATGM.
Particularly in this time period.
Yeah, the Soviets didn't really have like, I mean, they had the T-80s had the best fire control systems that they had, and they had some pretty solid fire control systems by the 80s. But in the 70s and the early 80s, some of the fire control systems are a little, it's stuff like Delta D. It's not really doing like true. It's not like true stabilization in some cases. It's doing like funky stuff that involves like basing your displacement off the turret traverse rate and stuff.
Before I circle
you
back,
just shoot down a helicopter with the Sabo.
yeah, that would also work. So I have a question about ATGMs, and I do want to circle back to North Korea for a brief tangent. I've been dying to ask the pair of you for ages.
Redwood, the ATGMs and the gun launched ATGMs and the laser rangefinders entered service at about the same time. Go for it, Fleet.
Okay, so my question about the ATGM. So there's a big myth slash woozle about how the 152 with the Shilagi ATGM had big problems on the Chaffee and the Starship, but the Russians didn't have any issues with their gun-launched ATGMs. What's the reason that there's this myth around the US gun-launched ATGM, but not with the Russian?
Not the Chaffee.
Sorry, my fault. Why is there this big myth about the problems the US had with their gun-launched ATGM, but there's never? Well, sorry, but why is there this big thing about the problems the US had with their gun-launched ATGMs, but yet nothing regarding Russian problems with the gun-launched ATGMs?
So I would judge. The first thing I would say is look what year Shillelagh entered service. It entered mass production in 1964. Cobra entered mass production in 1975 or so. So you're looking at 9 more years of technical development. It's just they had more advanced technology to deal with to make it work. It's like Cobra is very simple. It's just a Seiklos ATGM. It's not even very efficiently laid out. It doesn't have great penetration because the warheads are all the way at the nose. There isn't good standoff. But it didn't. It basically just had more time to mature. The Soviets had, I believe, some gun-launched ATGM concepts that they were working on in the 60s that I don't believe went anywhere. I'm just I don't have my notes in front of me for this sort of stuff. But the yeah, it's like 10 years later and a more mature system.
Fair enough.
They were better able to harden and miniaturize the electronics. It had a softer launch, so you're not obliterating the crew, which was a big problem with the Sheridan in general. there were like some plans to put ATGMs on tanks in the 50s and 60s, but it mainly amounted to putting normal, like non-gun launched ATGMs like on the back of the turret in a box, and then you'd hit a button and fire the Sagger over the roof, and then pick it up in the sight or something like that, which is an idea. Interestingly, Cobra was designed by Neudelman, who did the NR-30, all of the N aircraft guns the Soviets had were under his. He was the design team lead on those, as well as a bunch of their aircraft rockets and Strela 1 and Strela 10 and some stuff.
That makes sense. So my next question, I've been dying to ask you two this since my other source on North Korean information has been growing less and I trust what he says less and less. So, as I'm sure you're aware, the North Koreans have been supplying munitions to a certain power we shan't mention. What might they be extracting in terms of payment that's not monetary? Tooling? Jigs? Aircraft?
We'll find out.
It's not clear.
Maybe. We'll find out.
I would suspect probably something like development and design information about active protection systems.
I mean, I was thinking they'd be wanting to get tooling for a MiG-29 production line, or at least the capability to manufacture spares.
Why?
Because
just buy MiG-29s from the Russians.
Oh yeah, they can do that now.
There's many things they could be doing, but the Korean People's Air Force is barely going to exist within 36 hours of war starting.
Regardless of what they get.
Whereas putting some sort of active protection system on their armor might have that's an option. And it's entirely possible that the North Koreans would be willing to bankroll the Russians into finishing the design work on that or something. It's not a shock absorber; it's to take up the space inside of the thing. But yes, that's still used.
Go on, you've seen it. You never mind.
Soviet helicopter stuff. So the Soviets didn't really have that much in the way of dedicated air assault units and forces. The tendency was you would take standard motor rifles and give them an afternoon's worth of training on how to get in and out of the helicopter in a field, and then use them for that. So there were also air assault elements attached, like more dedicated air assault elements attached at the division and army level. I think division had a helicopter squadron, army had a bigger one. But in this, it was a lot of sort of learning from what the U.S. or learning from their observations of what the U.S. was doing in Vietnam, and that was like their main sort of guiding star. The flying IFV concept is, I mean, that was like part of the conception, but it's not. That's not how it ever wound up being used or conceived of being used. If you were going to drop personnel with a Hind, it wound up basically being SOF. More often in service, you saw the compartment had a crew chief with either a door gun or spare ammunition. Yeah, there is a lot of development that happens in the context of the Soviet war in Afghanistan, in terms of air assault tactics and techniques and such.
The Hinds performed rather well in Afghanistan, didn't they?
Well, they were the only attack helicopter they had.
I mean, Hind's a good helicopter. It had some issues, but they worked on fixing them. The exhaust diffusers were things. What do you mean by air cabs?
There's no Soviet equivalent to air cavalry, as far as I'm aware.
I mean, they had they had VDSHV, which is their Soviet air assault units. But they didn't have exactly an equivalent to the air cav, especially with the cavalry nomenclature. And again, most Soviet air assault conception was done around taking a line rifle unit, motor rifle unit, and sticking them in helicopters for on a mission by mission basis, not developing.
Go on.
Not using large scale. I mean, they had helicopter air assault battalions, but yeah, there isn't like there isn't an equivalent to like First Cav when First Cav is air cav, which goes away after Vietnam, but
Or later, the 101st.
yeah.
While we're on the topic, do either of you two know the context behind that image? I've seen it everywhere of that black
the one
Chinook.
with
Yeah.
Yeah, so there was a Libyan Hind that got shot down in the Toyota War in Chad, and the 160th Aviation Regiment, Special Operations Aviation Regiment, went with Chinooks and stole it.
Really?
Yeah, because they wanted a Hind. That's why it's been like it's had all the bits stripped off. They put them in another Chinook so that it would fit. Yeah, there were a ton of air assault brigades, and the Soviets thought a lot about air assault brigades for attachment to divisions functioning as an operational mobile group. And that was a thing in the 80s. But it's not really like for the air cav concept. It fits a lot better into the Soviet ideas of the descent and how those fit into Soviet. That's a terrible meme. It's just low effort. How the idea of descent fits into Soviet tactics and operational art is different than how NATO and the U.S. think about air assaults. Why is there a swing fire there? Gross. Yeah. I mean, Redwood has a perfectly reasonable point there. About the tactical implications are pretty. There's different tactical implications of having this force structure. I think the air assault battalions would be more comparable to the air assault, how Cav had air assault stuff. Cavalry ACRs had like a helicopter squadron or whatever the hell it was, with air assault elements there, but I think that was at roughly battalion strength, but it's sort of less
It's
that's like a
there to
particular
provide capability on
Oh,
call.
hold on, I'm
for
getting a
the
phone call.
operational maneuver group, as far as I'm aware, if they need to do a vertical envelopment sort of deal. Help them get across a river or whatever.
Makes sense.
Disrupt an enemy defense, yada yada. But the OMGs are an interesting concept in and of themselves.
I mean, I know that like we all joke about Toyota memes and such, but there's a reason why technicals exist.
Well, it's so that you have some sort of motorized fire support. That's really what it is.
I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying that that's there are reasons why nations will choose to adopt them.
Well, nations don't tend to in the technical format. Like, the name comes from, it's technically a combat vehicle.
Oh, really? That's where it comes from? Wow, never knew.
Mhm.
I mean, if you want to talk
It's-
about... Sorry, go on.
They're there because it's relatively easy, particularly with the frame of a Hilux, but with pickups in general, to mount things into the bed in a relatively sturdy manner. You have a platform already there if somebody needs to hold on to, say, the gun and operate it while you're moving. They can easily move around and walk around. Same thing when stopped, because you've got the bed there, you've got a platform you can stand on. That's why they get used. Because having that sort of mobile heavy machine gun, grenade launcher, recoilless rifle, ATGM, anti-aircraft gun, you name it, it's been put on it. Even muzzle loading freaking cannon.
Those
and
are...
you see this.
Sorry, go on.
Those aren't technicals. Those are things like the Jeep and other military trucks. Like, technicals are...
Yeah, like that's just a... The accurate description for the top one would be a portee of an anti-tank gun, or a mounting gun, and the bottom one is a self-propelled artillery piece with rockets. No different from things like Katusha, even if it's slightly more primitive.
I'm not sure I'd call that necessarily more primitive, just looks different. Because instead of launch rails, you have shorter tubes because of the rocket artillery system that's on it.
Yeah.
That, however, from the loveliness that, and I use that word sarcastically, that is the Syrian Civil War, is definitely a technical. And that's why I said if you can think of it, it can probably be mounted.
Yeah.
And that's a sort of a medium two-axle truck. But...
Yeah. Just to tangent off quickly while Moo's on his phone call. If you want to talk about I want to just talk very quickly about, like, everyone talks about, the Tu-95 and the B-52 as long-lived aviation platforms. People sometimes forget the third long-lived platform. That's the H-6. And in fact, I'd argue the H-6 is in better shape than the Tu-95 is, but not the B-52. Because the H-6 is very, very similar in role.
That's gonna depend on where you look at what Tu-95s you look at, but
I mean, the H-6 is still being built. Somehow. Makes you wonder why they haven't replaced it. Or come up with something to replace it.
They've got a stealth bomber they're working on to replace it, but
Really? I did not know
yeah,
that.
that's literally the H-20.
Blow me down with a
And
feather.
it's not like the Chinese are incapable of building a stealth bomber.
No,
They're more than they absolutely are.
I mean, the motherfuckers have brought in the only 4.75 gen aircraft the world has seen.
You can count H or J-20 as a stealth fighter.
It's 5th gen definitely in terms of performance, if not in stealth.
We don't publicly have a way to evaluate that, but what I will say is canards are a questionable thing on a stealth aircraft.
Yeah.
But, we don't have a good idea, because what really defines a 5th gen aircraft is information dominance. Part of that is stealth, part of that is your avionics, your electronics, your sensor fusion, that sort of a deal. That's really what defines 5th gen. It's why I pushed back so far against, well, this is 6th gen. Is it? We don't know what that's going to be yet. You don't know until you can look back and determine, okay, what are the common characteristics here of this new? Is it enough to make it a new generation? Is it not? If it is, what are they, right? That's a look back thing.
I'm gonna be honest, like, a lot of programs that people call 5th gen, the Tempest that's coming out of the combined Anglo-Italian.
Tempest is being called sixth.
Sorry, 6th gen. Yeah, but the things they're calling 6th gen, like a lot of the world is calling 6th gen, like Tempest and the Franco-Spanish-German project. I think they're more. I think they will be later termed 10 years down whenever they enter service as 5.5 gen, like we call.
I have no idea.
No, but the reason I say that is because whatever the first 6 gen's going to be, it's going to come out of whatever the US is building, and that is going to be so far ahead of the European 6th gens that they're going to be more accurately called 5.5s.
I mean, to be blunt, we don't know. We don't have the information to even make the judgment call you're trying to make. I would suspect Tempest is probably going to be in a similar category, at least to the U.S. Navy's FAXX, which is less ambitious than the U.S. Air Force's NGAD.
NGAD is terrifyingly ambitious.
I'm willing to, and then FCAS is so far down the line that who knows, right? But let's see what these, right? Like my view on it is,
fair enough.
let's see what the characteristics that bind these together are and what defines them over fifth.
That's fair enough. I was just floating a thing. That's all. I wasn't trying to be. But yeah, you make a fair point.
Could end up being control of drones, right? That could end up being something completely different.
Yeah.
Mako,
H6 is very much a lot more than warmed up TU-16. It looks like warmed up TU-16, but it's a lot more than that.
What do you mean by more than warmed up TU-16?
It's been, the airframe's been strengthened, the engines have been replaced, completely new sensor suite on the new production models that are coming out now. It's...
So is a modern B-52 not a B-52?
I mean, I suppose, but we don't call that warmed up B-52. We call it a modern B-52. Or do we? I don't know.
They're basically the same thing.
I suppose. Yeah, it's a fair cop. I'm just happy the B-21 Raider's around. Funky boy.
I'm mad it's so light.
You're mad?
Yes. It's
Why?
not a heavy bomber. It's an intercontinental medium bomber. With when mid-air refueling's factored in.
So
as it stands, B-21 is going to replace B-2 and B-1B, and that's going to be a massive reduction in cruise missile throw weight, unless we procure more than the 100. Last time I did the math,
and that I presume
and that's not even considering the external pylons on B-1B. Can that be made up for? Absolutely. Let's buy more B-21. Then I'll be more happy.
And that will bring in some form of context of scale, slightly.
Maybe. So I'm less concerned about the nuclear throw weight, Mako. I'm far more concerned about the conventional cruise missile throw weight. And I really like the B-1Bs, particularly in a role as a maritime strike bomber as well. But
yeah, Phoenix, the B-1Bs are getting to the end of their service lives.
Phoenix is well aware of that. I wish we had the money for a lot of things. One of those things would be a proper B-1B replacement that could also replace the B-52 force. That wouldn't also be replaced by B-21, but that's not going to happen because we don't have unlimited money.
What the hell would you replace B-52 with? It'd have to be something that doesn't exist.
A B-1B replacement, because literally B-1 was intended to do that, and then the money dried up.
Oh.
But that was at a time period where we had vastly more B-52s than we do right now. but we don't have the money to fund a true heavy supersonic bomber program right now.
And that's
And
why
that's very useful for cruise missile employment because they can get out to cruise missile launch positions, launch their missiles, and get the hell away.
would this supersonic bomber have to be a Delta because, you know, they don't want to use swing wing anymore?
There's a whole bunch of trade space that determines whether you go swing wing or whether you go Delta or whether you just go angled. I'm not going to get into the engineering of that.
Yeah, but
my,
I see.
my main thing is the capability, but there's no money for it, so
Yeah,
like there's yes, Mako, I would agree that that is a huge problem, both for what I just mentioned, but also in reality.
All right, I'm back. What's happening?
oh,
We
we were
were
just.
talking about
Yeah, I just.
bombers, but let's go back to naval infantry in that question.
Yeah.
I just saw Backfire being called mainly a maritime strike bomber and started seeing red.
Oh no!
It's not.
Moo,
It's not. Most of them weren't with the naval aviation.
Moo, put the rifle down.
I don't have a rifle.
I know.
in the
I'm
UK.
I was being a little facetious.
Very unfortunate.
So back to the question. It was Gunnery Officer's question. How about Soviet amphibious warfare doctrine compared to the US? The Soviets had quite good.
It's fundamentally different. I could get my notes and give a presentation on this, but then I would dox myself. Basically, the Soviets have a fundamentally different view of amphibious warfare because of their political context. The Soviet Union is not did not call itself an imperialist power, and so pursued no great capability for expeditionary amphibious warfare. It had no the Russians prior to the Soviets, and the Soviets had no great history of expeditionary amphibious warfare, and so the Soviet conception of amphibious warfare was largely confined to coastal littorals to support a primary advance along in a coastal direction. Mako, the U.S. Air Force is pretty darn interested in the things that Backfires do because they're integrating LRASM onto B-1s. Like, B-1 was, I think, the second aircraft for LRASM to be integrated on. So, like, I don't know.
The Navy paid for it, Mo.
I mean, sure, but it's still the Air Force taking up the actual dropping of the LRASMs, even though it's a joint mission. Air power is air power. It doesn't really matter, you know.
Back to
Anyway, so yeah, so you look at what the Soviets built. They didn't build like flat top amphibs. They didn't really build that many LPDs. They built a couple. The Ivan Rogovs, and mainly they built a lot of LSTs, which could be reasonably large by LST standards. The main amphibious fleet consisted of the Polnochnys and the alligators and the tapirs, Rapucha. Oh, and the Rapuchas. Also the Ivan Rogovs, but not so much them. So you're the conception was mainly that you would be conducting sort of battalion to brigade scale, but generally multiple combined arms battalion task force scale landings along a coastal axis in support of a primary ground offensive within the range of friendly air cover and with the role to function as either a bite and hold or to accomplish an objective and then link up with the advance within 24 to 48 hours, ideally. There was not much emphasis put into supply over the beach or establishing a big bridgehead. The naval infantry, if they were doing establishing a bridgehead, the naval infantry would existed to establish the bridgehead. And it is funny to do Russian words with a Western accent, but if I ever get embarrassed about it, I just go for a Texan accent, because then people are like, oh, you don't speak a language. the the naval infantry existed to establish that initial bridgehead as specialists, and then the Morpech would basically the follow-on forces would be motor rifles that had been given basic training and a life jacket in how not to drown. So you're in terms of where the Denmark Strait would be a very exciting deployment. The likely axes would be against Norway or in the Baltic. Your Baltic would probably be mostly for the East German and the Polish naval infantry alongside the Baltic Fleet's naval infantry, but also your Landjut is really funny because the Dutch or the Danes have a bunch of the 20-pounder armed Centurions for a long time, and it's very comical, I think. Not for them. Probably not so funny to have a 20-pounder and be like facing a T-72, but whatever. The is that the German 9th Infantry Division? Oh, the Dane. Oh God, I don't count that because I keep forgetting that was. I keep forgetting that was slated for there and not full eagle in Korea. But yeah, Landjut is very silly.
I mean, the thing is, Gunnery Officer. I mean, the Soviets aren't trying to break out through the GIUK gap. So
no, I could see if there was activity against Iceland, it would take the form of diversionary SOF raids to make NATO think that the Soviets might be planning to land there. That would be your OMRP, detached naval reconnaissance teams, roughly. But the primary areas where you would likely see deployment of naval infantry would be against the Denmark, southern Norway potentially, and in Finnmark and Trondheim. Tromsø, whatever county of Norway Tromsø is in. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't have a great handle on what the Cold War gone hot would look like in the Black Sea.
Yeah, the Black Sea's a weird one. The Black Sea's a weird one. Like it
seems like a fist fight in a phone booth.
Yeah, basically.
Because the Soviets have a lot of combat power in that area, and Greece and Turkey do as well. But like, yeah. The Dutch, as far as I know, did not plan especially to cross north of the Elbe, Sierra. From what I've seen of Dutch officers recollecting and commenting on what they were talking about, the Dutch, considering that the Dutch, from what we know of what the Soviets were thinking about, the Dutch and German corps in that sector would have had its hands full with a lot of stuff, and the fact that there was an entire Polish army, so corps level formation. The Soviet Ekranoplan, I mean, the two that they had that they actually fiddled with is how many A90 did they make? Or Leonok. They built 4. Yeah. That's some numbers. They had a transport version that's really goofy looking. They built what, like 2 of the Loon, and then they built 4 of the Orleanok. They're very silly in general. Like, I don't. They're not that useful compared to a missile boat. the Soviet high-speed hydrofoils were probably more useful, and those were of questionable utility when, you know, an F-16 with Mavericks exists. Like, sure, you might have a 65 knot missile boat, but you know, you have a 450 knot fighter jet with some anti-ship missiles on it. Oof. The thing is, the other thing about Turkey is that, like, the Soviet border with Turkey is miserable terrain. You know, I wouldn't want to be fighting over, you know, modern day Turco-Armenian, Azeri-Armenian border. They're like pretty chunky mountains. I think. I don't know. The impression I have is that they're mountains, but looking at a map, the mountains seem a little more north.
All right, Samurai. All right, Samurai. You got me with that one. Very funny.
But yeah. Oh, Georgia. Right. It's not. It's Georgia. Would be the one. So there's where's terrain? Yeah, there's some pretty nasty mountains in like southern Georgia, and like there's a bit of a river plain. It looks like between along the Armenian-Turkish border, but also Iran is right there. I don't know. It's not a place. It's not good terrain to that you might want to fight a war. And the biggest question is like, okay. So you've invaded, you know, and Batumi or whatever. Like, where do you go from here? There's also like it's just not great to try and do like an amphibious assault there, because again, there's like fuck all there. Like, what, you're gonna like march on Tbilisi? Great, the Soviets will probably nuke you. Also, there's some annoying mountains in the way. It's just, it's not great. Mountain warfare isn't really a doctrine. There's a lot of militaries in Europe that have specialized mountain units. The French have the Chasseurs Alpins. The Germans have Gebirgsjägers. The Italians have Alpini. The Soviets had a mountain unit, the 7th VDV division, I think. But yeah, as I understand it, the main sort of like Turkish and Greek focus was on keeping the Bulgarians from pushing towards the Bosphorus, and the Soviets were probably pretty enthusiastic about the idea of capturing, or at least contesting, access in and out of the Black Sea, because then the Black Sea Fleet, which is quite large, can go sortie and do silly things to try and fuck up the Eastern Mediterranean.
The Bosphorus, yeah.
Yeah, because it's not that far.
Hard fight.
I mean,
you got to go through a lot of urban terrain.
Urban terrain is annoying to defend, though. Like, yeah, you get to dig in really nicely, but your ability to have good sight lines and mutual support is challenging, as we're seeing in Gaza. It's only 250 kilometers or so from the Bulgarian border to Istanbul and that end of the Bosphorus. Then you have to, now getting down south is harder. The Turks and the Greeks each have like a corps there. So, no, 7th. 7th Guards Mountain Air Assault. Are they like fully? Do they have 11 fully staffed corps, or is it just for?
Yes, there's a reason they still have M48s in service.
Jesus Christ! What do they do with all those troops?
It's conscripts.
I guess I don't know. That's a lot of soldiers. Oh, 4 on the Soviet border. The Turkish-Soviet border was like
They weren't fucking around.
it's 400 kilometers. Okay, actually 4 corps for 400 kilometers isn't insane. I mean, gunnery officer, every airbase in Turkey is part of NATO because Turkey is part of NATO. But yeah, so like, was North Macedonia was part of Yugoslavia, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. But yeah, the Bulgarians were broadly, and the Romanians were broadly expected to attack. Now, the Bulgarians and Romanians never fully mechanized their militaries during the Cold War because they were poor as shit. But they were, and the Romanians nominally had T-34-85s in line unit service until 1986. But because, again, they were poor as shit, especially after Ceausescu got his good ideas about economics. Which were bad, and I feel awful for the Romanian people for having to deal with that and the fallout from that, which they haven't really recovered from. But the you know, they were expected to basically funnel a shitload of forces south to ram raid Istanbul.
Good lord.
Interesting that they only have. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, 2 corps west of Istanbul, a corps east of Istanbul makes sense. That's, you know, they basically wanted to dig constant trench lines between the Bulgarian border and Istanbul and hope that the Greeks would help them instead of joining in with the Bulgarians. Which, given the Bulgarians were communist, was likely that the Greeks would help prevent the Bulgarians. Yeah, I mean, the problem with the Greeks invading Bulgaria is that southern Bulgaria is miserable mountain terrain. But, like, you could push up the... What river is that? Come on, Google Maps, load, you motherfucker.
That's a line.
There's a river valley that goes roughly between Sofia and Greece. And, Blagoevgrad. What the God, these fucking names in Bulgaria sound like they're made up. Got a river? Please tell me there's a river here. Yes, there is. The Struma, whatever the fuck that is. That's the river. Yeah, I mean, the Turks could absolutely run multiple corps down along the sea or whatever and try and unhinge the Bulgarians. It's not a auspicious task, I would say, if I was the I don't envy the Bulgarians with, you know, all 9 of their dollars trying to shoot 900 million Turks. The land forces of the People's Republic of Bulgaria were not exactly the most well equipped of the Warsaw Pact. They were regarded as pretty reliable, but they weren't very well equipped.
Depends on the infrastructure, depends on your army structure, it depends on a lot of things.
Depends on what
That's not really
mountains.
yeah.
Like, pushing an offensive through the Thuringerwalds mountains, easy. Through the Harz, relatively easy. You know, pushing an offensive through the mountains of Norway, miserable, garbage, shit. You don't want to do that. Going through, you know, the Carpathians, really annoying. Don't want to do that. Is that the Turks using Tommy guns in the 70s?
Yes.
And there's an M20 right there.
Yeah.
which,
Uh,
fun fact, the Marine Corps used until the adoption of the small.
Large
The-
lad, that isn't it?
you really don't want to fight
It's
through
the
the
Turkeys
Caucasus.
you
I
can
mean,
take it
the
from.
the Germans did it in World War II, but it was not fun. The Soviets had a rough time with the Carpathians. It was annoying. It gave them a bit of trouble, understandably, because there's basically no mountains that they fought through other than the Caucasus in World War II. Yeah, the Turkish invasion of Cyprus isn't like super duper high effort on their part. Is North or South Cyprus the Greek one? I think it's South
Southern.
Cyprus, right?
Southern.
Yeah. What's the capital? Oh, it's Nicosia, isn't it? Oh, Nicosia is bifurcated. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, that's a conflict I hope doesn't flare up anytime soon.
One
But
the French
yeah.
are now drilling for.
Huh?
It's one the French are now drilling for and exercising.
Well, good. They can take care of it.
Because they don't see the U.S. wanting to wade into an inter-NATO conflict.
The French be like, okay, Turkey, we're going to set off a thermonuclear bomb in the Sea of Marmara if you don't pull back.
Jesus.
Have you ever looked at what the French release criteria for ASMP is?
It's vague.
It's comedically low. I think it's if the national interests of the French nation are threatened. It's not even like territorial integrity. In the Cold War, it was the pre-strategic release was if the French army, if the French units in West Germany were having a rough time and having to retreat back across the French border, they were going to blow up the Soviets in Germany before they had to blow up the Soviets in France. Which is, you know, from the French perspective, kind of a twofer because you get to blow up a bunch of Germans and a bunch of Soviets at the same time. But yeah, I wouldn't want to get into a low criteria for nuclear use contest with the French.
There's a question about Norway there.
How easy would it be to defend Norway? Well, here's the thing: is that Norway is mostly empty. I don't know if you've ever been, but basically north of Narvik Fjord, there's like 6 people and a lot of moose. From the Soviet perspective, there's not really that much that you want. In northern Norway, there's a couple air bases you want to shut down. At like Bardufoss and Silesia, I think, or that might be in the south. There's a bunch of air bases just north of Narvik and south of around Tromsø that you want to shut down. You want to interdict the or destroy or disable the SOSUS line that off-sites at Nordkapp. There's a couple air bases you probably want to take in the vicinity of Lakselv, Porsangermoen, and Alta. But once you're at Alta, which is approximately, let's do this from driving. Let's say Kirkenes, because that's basically on the start line. So Kirkenes to Alta, Norway. So by driving, that is a 462 kilometer drive if you don't go through Finland. Oh no, wait, hold on.
I also the Norwegian perspective on this is actually kind of weird because like in terms of actual force disposition, there was like an actual like I'm pretty sure it was the Nordland Brigade, which was basically completely light infantry, and they were fucking screwed, and then like a handful of reservists with 15th Infantry Brigade.
You're thinking of the Finnmark Brigade.
No, I'm thinking of the
Norrland is Sweden.
Oh, sorry, it's literally just Brigade Nord.
Yes.
It's stupid. Why is that? It literally just means Northern Brigade.
Well, it is the Northern Brigade.
It's actually not the most Northern Brigade. It's 15th Brigade. It's just the one in Nordland.
So Allied
Looks
forces.
hard at Belgium. Typical gunnery officer.
Hold on, I have an actual map of this. Do you want the map?
Sure.
I'm talking to a gunnery officer.
Oh, so Allied forces North Norway in the late 80s, you had Brigade North Norway and then the Home Guard Brigade in Bardu. But,
I think that's 15th Brigade? I don't remember. It's not much.
so there was 14th Brigade and 15th Brigade, but those are both in Norland County, which is notably...
It's gigantic, though.
Norland is also notably not Troms or Finnmark. It is the one south of Troms, which includes Narvik. The only one in Finnmark was Brigade North Norway, alongside which was mostly based in around Bardufoss and Harstad. And then you had the Garnison i Sorvaranger and Garnison i Porsanger in Høybuktmoen and Porsangmoen, which are an infantry battalion and a tank company and an artillery battery.
Yeah.
Except that the one on the border doesn't have the tanks. It just has a Bonfagen infantry battalion and 6 M109s. This is fuck all.
Yeah, I think I don't care about the extra numbers themselves, and it's basically fuck all compared to what the Soviets can throw in terms of an amphibious capability, especially with Northern Fleet.
Not just amphibious, but you also, this is an area where the VDV can actually do something useful, because sure, your VDV might be rocking around in a BMD, which is roughly a tin can, but a BMD is still more armored than a BV-206, and it's also got a lot bigger of a gun than a BV-206.
I still don't want to be a home guardsman with an M1 Garand against like any number of
No. Now the other thing is that the Norwegians aren't allowed to surrender.
Wait, what?
Yeah. So you know how in World War II the Norwegians surrendered. In 1949, the King of Norway issued a proclamation, which is called in English "Directives for Military Officers and Commanders in the Event of an Armed Attack on Norway," which they printed out and put on every office in every military installation in Norway on the wall. And basically, it says that in the event of an armed attack, your standing orders are to take up arms and fight. Once you are mobilized, you cannot be recalled. You can't recall a mobilization order before everyone musters to mobilization. There is any order which countermands the mobilization is phony and should be ignored. Everyone's duty is to resist, even if others give up or all appears lost. You should continue resistance at home or abroad. In the event of partial or successful invasion, engage in espionage and sabotage. In the event of capture, you provide no information while a prisoner of war. So basically, you're not allowed to surrender. And if you do surrender or are captured, you're not allowed to assist the enemy in any way. And there is no, the Norwegians basically could not surrender and had to keep fighting and would keep fighting, I think, quite ably, as stay-behind forces and guerrillas, even if the Soviets, were pushing through.
And then there's the whole sort of stop line farther south too.
Yeah, the other thing is that NATO basically
that try to attack.
NATO's plans basically revolved around setting up a stop line somewhere around or just north of Narvik, where Norway is very skinny. There's a very convenient. There's just a lot of lakes and mountains and fjords, and so there's not actually a lot of Norway to defend. There's one point where if you assume that the Soviets would respect Swedish neutrality, which for the point of argument I'm going to, Norway is 9 kilometers wide.
Is that near Narvik?
It's the mouth of, or it's at the end of Oftfjord, which comes out of Narvik Fjord.
I'm trying
It's
to think
by
of
the
a,
town of Riksgränsen in Sweden.
I'm trying to think of a question to ask to do something on my own show, but I can't think of anything.
It's fine. I can talk about this for a while if you want. But yeah, like the NATO was planning to send the entire, a brigade of Royal Marines, potentially a Canadian brigade, a U.S. infantry division, and a U.S. Marine Expeditionary Force into Norway. Commit that. With the idea to sort of keep the Soviets from getting past the skinny bit of Norway where Sweden makes it skinny north of Narvik. So sort of fighting between Tromsø and Narvik. This is reasonable. I think the bigger question is, would the Soviets want to go that far? And how long does the war last? Because I think largely the Soviets achieve most of their objectives if they to do that, they only have to advance. They might not even have to advance as far as Tromsø. Just sort of getting up towards Alta Fjord and maybe what is that, Burfjord? No, that's Kvenengen. I can draw lines on a map. Hold on.
I'm just gonna post the map for reference.
Yeah. So that doesn't have as many
Yeah.
labels as would be helpful, but yeah.
That is the expanded one, but Tromsø is basically
So-
north of the Nordland Brigade there.
Yeah, so the Soviet, that's the current political borders. They haven't really changed. Though who's in NATO has, you can see that like there's the sticky outy bit of Finland that makes a Y, and the left hand edge of the Y that sort of points towards Skiboten in Norway, which I can't tell if I put on the map, but anyway, it's the sticky outy bit of the Y there. The Soviets don't really have to go past there to give themselves a pretty solid footing for
Island hopping in Norway? Are you mad?
island hopping in Norway is miserable. I think most likely to see this campaign start in the fall.
It also ignores the fact that you could probably just throw a couple of the aerosol battalions to do it instead of having to do like boating stuff there.
Yeah, but also like they don't need to take most of this stuff like south of there, and really they don't need to take most of the stuff north of there. All they have to do is basically control like
The coast
two
road
airports,
or whatever it is in the airport.
two airports in your MSRs, and keep the Norwegians from sending missile boats in to be too annoying. Now this is a lot of territory for things like special forces personnel to play nasty games in, but it's a very peripheral theater. So the Soviets are probably running on a shoestring of Sixth Army out of the Leningrad Military District, the reservist units that have been activated, a chunk of VDV, because you can't really deploy those in mass on the central front because they'll just die in the transports. But here, the Norwegian air defense situation is not good, especially compared to the Soviet giant pile of fighters.
'Cause they have a
Like,
Is
giant
that-
pile of fighters
is
up
that
there
the
'cause they're worried
scientific-
about
is that the
Navy
sci-
showing up.
Is that the scientific term? Giant pile of fighters.
Yes. I mean,
Yes.
the thing is that when you have the MiG-20, the MiG-31s, right, in the Northern Fleet, could literally be doing fucking donuts at like altitudes where no Norwegian aircraft can intercept them. Because I think the F-104s were retired at this point. with missiles that can shoot down any Norwegian aircraft that tries to come intercept them, and provide cap there. You've got like a couple regiments of flankers, maybe one or two. You've got I think a couple hundred MiG 27s and MiG 23s lying around, and that's not
Although
before you get into the
fleet defense MiG 21s. Was it the point defense MiG 21s for air bases?
There were a handful of those, but most of them had segued to MiG 23s at this point because it has better radars and stuff. But by the 80s, at least, the Kola has so many SAMs. You basically need multiple U.S. carrier groups to try and crack it. So there's not really, the Norwegians don't have. I wouldn't want to be Ola Olafsson trying to run in on Murmansk or Pechenga or Nickel or something into the Kola SAM network.
And good luck engaging Soviet air power effectively when all you've got is Winder. Your best aircraft is an F-16 with only Sidewinder.
Yeah, you've got F-16A Block 5 or 10 with Sidewinders. They had Penguins, which is convenient if you want to shoot at, like, I don't know,
Ships.
a missile boat, a Sverdlov. If you want to bully Sverdlovs, which the Soviets had 2 in service until the late 80s for fire support of a naval landing, absolutely you could bully a Sverdlov with F-16s or Penguins.
It doesn't have air cover.
Yeah, I mean the Soviets would very likely be pushing air defense assets down a threat bearing. A Savarmeny or something with SAN-3, like a.
Oh, I was
Kara
referring more
Cresta.
to there being MiG-23s above the.
Oh yeah, I mean there would be that too. The Soviets wouldn't do a naval landing if they didn't have air cover over it. But
The artillery does not have the range to really reach them.
oh, you mean the bottleneck of like near Narvik? Yeah, I mean they could do that, sure, but like
we're talking.
there's some
farther
mountains
north
in the
of
way.
Narvik, too.
But we're also talking like way up north. Because I don't. First of all, if you want to drive right from Kirkenes on the border, to Narvik, right? That's. Where's the route that takes you?
Oh god, where the fuck is it on this map?
I think this is that. I think this is. Why is Google Maps not showing me the? Oh, there we go. Sorry, I have to take the route that doesn't. That doesn't take you through.
Vaden.
Yeah.
Where's my pen?
I'm gonna take.
There's my. No, that's not a pen. Where's I don't have a. I can't edit this image. But
So the route that doesn't, it's 1,000 kilometers by road, basically. It's 1,000 kilometers by road from the border to Narvik, and you can't really cut that gap because the Finns basically didn't build roads east-west in northern Finland on purpose. And the ones that they did build, you can expect that the road surface is 60 to 70% anti-tank mine.
And have trees zippered down the length of the road too.
Well, no, because if you zipper the trees, then they don't drive over the anti-tank mines.
Well, yeah, but you're going to do that outside your minefields. Or
Sure,
other
you zipper the
areas you
trees so
wouldn't
they
build
can't get
road.
out of the minefield,
Yeah.
and then you shell the shit out of them.
then you also have Angry Yakari.
Yeah, basically you don't want to. You want. If you're the
Yes.
Soviets, what you're doing with the Finns is leaning on them heavily to keep them neutral, because you don't want to deal with fighting the Finns again. And if you do wind up fighting the Finns again, you want to do it in the summer when you can napalm the forests and try and burn them out. And even then, it's challenging because these are pretty wet forests, and also you just don't want to do it. If you can avoid fighting in northern Finland where there's basically nothing and no one, the problem with northern Scandinavia is that there's jack shit there for most of it, especially the interior. The terrain is miserable. The mosquitoes are the size of small birds, and there's very
and they're
little.
numerous enough to blot out the sun.
And it takes hundreds of kilometers to get to anywhere that you might want to invade or attack. So the importance for the Soviets is mainly in terms of if they can't get away with a war that ends within a month and a half, then you start having to worry about reinforcement across the Atlantic. And so then you start having to think about how do I keep the U.S. Navy from doing the maritime strategy and ramming multiple carrier groups into the Barents to try and kill every submarine. And so from that perspective, having control of most of northern Norway out to about Tromsø is useful, because then you start having the ability to keep NATO fighters and NATO maritime patrol aircraft away from your bastions. Iceland is a big thorn in the Soviet side, but I think Iceland would be a problem of sort of intermittent air raids and trying to deal with it that way rather than invade it, because it's just so far from the Soviet Union, and like getting your sea line of communication open and maintained to Iceland is not good when you have to cross past the angry Norwegian missile boat drivers.
The angry Norwegian intensifies, like the Russians just...
And a whole bunch of angry NATO submarines.
Including very...
I mean, you're going to have to deal with that no matter what.
I mean,
Well,
very...
yeah, now imagine trying to deal with that and trying to get convoys to Iceland to supply your...
Very, very angry Norwegian submarine drivers.
Well, thankfully the Norwegian submarines are
subs
basically
bad.
coastal, and they just sit inside the fjord and go like bork, bork, bork.
Bork. I'm sorry, but
bad.
I know, sorry.
subs
Yeah.
are
No,
bad.
I get
You're
that.
more worried about the US and nuclear and British nuclear ones.
No, I get that, but all I have in my head now is a bunch of angry Norwegian missile
Also,
boats
wait,
coming
hold
out
on.
of the... Can I...
Go ahead.
never mind. The joke's ruined now. I can't.
What division was actually supposed to go to Norway for the US Army?
10th Mountain.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, never mind. I've got it again.
That would be the division to send.
Yeah, I've got it again. All I've got in my head is a bunch of angry Norwegian missile boat drivers playing Bork, Bork, Bork on loudspeakers coming out of the fjords to fuck up Russian convoys.
Just blasting fucking just the worst Nordo
And yes,
pop
you
you've
are
ever heard.
seeing torpedo tubes on that missile boat.
So yeah, these missile boats were built in the 70s and served through the end of the Cold War. It's the Snog class, which the English can laugh at that. And yeah, they have 4 21-inch torpedo tubes and 6 Penguin anti-ship missiles. There's 4 mounted in that photo, and also a Bofors gun, and then some 50 cals because why not? On top of the bridge, and they're. You know, they have no shit 21-inch
There is an
1970s
energy
era.
there.
They have no shit 1970s 21-inch heavyweight homing torpedoes on them. Like, if you are a surface combatant, that will just kill you. if it gets within,
And they can deal with your
within
missile
range.
boats with the Penguins pretty well.
Yeah.
I would not want to be an OSA having to deal
What
with...
is mini LFP reactors? The missile. I mean, the thing is, for fighting other missile boats, like, to be fair, if you hit one of these with a Styx, it goes away, and you
Well,
can probably kill this with like
Did
a
they
OSA
carry
M.
chaff? Did they carry chaff or anything?
I don't know. I mean,
Because if they
To be
carried
fair,
chaff, then
you
they're
could probably do
reasonably-
the trick with the turning on the electric shaver to.
So it's or not
OSA,
OSA,
Styx is a very
Styx.
stupid missile, but it does have a 1,000 kilo warhead.
it's charge.
It's very stupid.
Aha! It's me, the
Um,
Norwegian missile boat with torpedoes. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, Phoenix. I was doing a little bit more reading into that thing that you had there with the Italians, and there is one phrase I could think of: nuclear AIP.
Yeah, I think the
is-
Italians are angling for nuclear AIP, but
It is a stance, shall we say? That's one way to do it.
the yeah, I mean the Norwegians did have some frigates. Was it the Oslo class, which
Yeah, the
were
Oslos.
you know your sort of generic European Sea Sparrow armed anti-submarine frigate with 3-inch 50s. Their
And
submarines are
ship missiles.
comically small, which I'm waiting for the photos to load to share some of those. They-
And then you have the Nordkaps from their Coast Guard as well.
Huh?
I thought they were their Coast Guard.
The OPVs?
Yeah,
I guess.
they're
I don't know. They're not very armed.
I could have sworn they had plans to throw friggin'.
They have a
Puma
Bofors
on 'em.
57 and a Lynx.
Pretty sure they
So
could
it has
throw
a hull
friggin'
mounted
thing
sonar, so it's probably got like sort of like basic level
ASW.
ASW, yeah.
Yeah, the Cobbins are a submarine of submarines. I won't
They're
use the
just-
phrase Nehemiah Analogov for them, but
they're just barely or above the water. Like I would not want to be serving in that thing in heavy seas. They're German designed coastal submarines. The Oslo class frigates are, you know, they have twin 3-inch 50s. One of them ran aground and sank. Oslo, I think.
that's funny.
Well, it's what happens when you have that many conscripts.
Well, I was more
Um,
thinking relative to the.
Yeah. Oh
Um,
no, they also had the Sleipnir class,
more
which are
recent one.
800 ton ASW corvettes that have a single 3-inch gun and some SVTTs and ash cans, which are
Oh, did
Yeah.
you see that thing about the Cobbins there, Mo?
what? Oh yeah,
They're reloading.
yeah. They're not. No, you can stick them down through the tube from the front usually. I mean, I would rather be in the missile boat than the Oslo class. I'm gonna be real with you because the missile boat has it go vroom vroom, and the Oslo class are big enough to be much more likely to eat a large Soviet anti-ship missile to the face. Because you know, if there's no carriers for those backfires to shoot at, and you're the only ship around,
Hello, comrade. Hello, comrade. I see you are large service
It's part
combatant.
of the problem
Have
that
missile.
the
yeah.
Royal Navy ASW carrier group idea kind of runs into as well.
Well, I mean, at least those had Sea Dart.
You'd think we would have learned from the Second World War. You don't use carriers to hunt submarines.
Well, it's a light carrier.
It's
and
a
you
light
use,
carrier. It's the,
You use little carriers, which the illustrious class are, but the thing is that you don't want to fly the light carrier into the place where there's the big enemy air defense or anti-shipping air
thing
threat
specifically
without,
looking for
like-
carriers.
without like I don't know a lot of air defense. Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
the
what the idea
Storm
was
class,
was
by the way.
was a follow-on to the escort carrier based hunter killer groups. And one of the potential operating theaters for them was in the Norwegian Sea,
Hmm.
which gets really fucking spicy when you realize the potential for the Norwegian Sea to be part
Well,
of a
it's just you know,
Whew.
it's you don't have a lot of potentially you might not have AWACS or fighter coverage out of Iceland or southern Norway. So
and remember Sea Dart's aforementioned rate of fire from earlier in this.
Well, I mean, the problem is that you've got, what, 1 or 2 Sea Dart launchers on Illustrious? And then however many Type 42s you've got.
Well, even with that, you're looking at, 4 missiles a minute.
Just to be comical for a second, as you'd all talk about Sea Dart, Gunner Officer, if you use the F-104 as a strike aircraft, you get this brilliant invention called Land Dart.
No. If you're using it incorrectly with poorly trained pilots, yes, because it's not a good aircraft for the job, but you can use it.
I know.
The high wing loading was good at the time.
The other problem the Germans had, and this is honestly what a lot of their crashes were from, was their intercept technique, which was
Also-
fly very, very fast and then try to climb up underneath the target.
They also just the weather in Germany for flying that low that fast with bad visibility, cockpit visibility, in a plane with that sort of limited wing loading is not great.
Yeah, it's not
But
conducive.
yeah,
to
you can
survival.
see why I wouldn't want to serve on the Cabins, the Norwegians outside of the water on the surface. So I feel like your reserve buoyancy for if you need to like get out of the submarine because there's a hole in it, bad.
Gunnery officer, it's what they needed to have in that period. Like, to be honest,
Terrier's cool. I like Terrier.
because Sea Sparrow of that era was,
No.
shall we say, primitive?
No. Yeah, it was just no.
Well, I mean, it's BPMDS, right?
Yeah.
Or BPDMS.
Can somebody get a picture of
Yeah, one
the
sec.
Illuminator?
Come on, load.
So, like, they needed it in that period. Later iterations of Sea Sparrow.
A manually trained illuminator.
Yeah, later iterations of Sea Sparrow.
You got like real illuminators, which you can see
Yeah.
here.
Sort
You
of
can see,
alleviate
at the
that.
top of the mast there.
That issue. And
Oh, this has
other
like
thing
the
you get is
Swedish
just a far higher increase in the number of
RBUs.
missile-capable escorts.
These Swedish ASW rockets are really funny because they look like fucking the sort of rockets you would make out of like a paper towel tube in an Estes motor. Oh, they put penguins on them. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. It'd be cool if the pictures of the Hawk class would load because they're cool looking.
I have a question.
Sure.
Don't sound so disappointed, Mo.
Fine,
I'm teaching tomorrow, so I'm already disappointed.
Oh. Alright, fair enough. I've got a question, you daft git, if that'd make you better. In all seriousness, though, what is the best asset that Denmark and Norway bring to the table in terms of what we've been talking about previously? What's the
I
thing-
mean,
what's out of all of the force structure they've got to bring to bear, what part of them is most useful to NATO in this northern axis?
so Denmark brings one Greenland, though we would have taken that at the end of World War II if they didn't take it back, so it's not really either or. Denmark brings a lot of people and control of the Baltic.
Yeah, so
Um,
don't underestimate Denmark's ability to mobilize. Now, even if most of them have M1 Garands, that is still a lot of people.
Hey now, some of them
Um,
might have had Krags.
So, and they control the exit to the Baltic Sea. Right? As for Norway, SOSUS.
Norway is SOSUS. It's a lot of air bases, and it's southern Norway is very important because it also controls access to the Baltic. the thing about the Baltic Fleet is that if the Baltic Fleet and the Northern Fleet could coalesce together, which the Soviets didn't think about doing too much because that was sort of ahead of what they wanted the war to be over before they got to that point. Having to think about that, but in the Baltic, the Soviet writing centered around keeping NATO out of the Baltic, and then so keeping the Baltic a Soviet lake rather than trying to break out of the Baltic, because trying to break out of the Baltic is, I mean, you know, here's a
Challenging.
map of Denmark, you know, go fuck yourself for trying to break out, right? You have to drive through Denmark, you know, Copenhagen's right on the coast. They have literal coastal artillery there. You don't want to deal with that. Not just
cycling.
their-
Sorry, go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
Mm.
You mentioned the mobilization potential of Denmark. When you think countries with mobilization potential, you don't really think the Danes.
yeah, but
Could
like
you-
everyone and their dog has a gun,
Oh.
and it's a very
And
small
keep in mind,
country.
they maintained conscription. They had the home guard as well. And to this day, they have maintained conscription. And they can call former conscripts up and have war
Mhm.
plans to do so.
That would
I've heard rumors that they're planning an exercise of that here soon.
They had like 2 brigades of light infantry in Zeeland, or not all light infantry, but they had two line brigades in Zeeland, and then like 4 reserve battle groups, combined arms battle groups with tanks, and basically functioning as a light corps level headquarters. Then the Western Regional Command was the Jutland Peninsula guys, and there they had an entire division to keep anyone from coming up the Jutland Peninsula, with 3 full brigades. And sure, their artillery was mostly World War II vintage, though they did have a bunch of the M114 39 caliber, which is
very
basically
nice.
the 39 caliber gun put on the carrot of the M109 A3 or whatever, A4, put on the carriage from the the World War II 155. They shot the barrels out, so there's none of them left except as gate guards. But it's a clever idea. Their air force is pretty big. They had like 4 squadrons of F-16s.
And they moved to outfit them too, so...
Yeah, they had like 58 F-16s in the mid 80s. They had 16 Drakens, a bunch of reconnaissance Drakens, and some trainer Drakens. That's pretty decent. The
Makes
Draken's
sense.
not great, but it's sort of an F-100 with extra steps in performance.
Yeah.
It does the job fine.
Sierra, you said they have 20-pounder Centurions. Does that imply they still have them?
They were retired in the 90s.
That's
The
what I was.
Danes also don't really throw things away.
I believe their Centurions were all converted to 105 by the end of the Cold War, but I'm not 100% on that.
Even so, a continental power in Europe having Centurions in mothballs is not something I think about.
The Danes probably don't have... They might have Centurions left, but the Centurions are these days basically useless. There's...
Yeah, now
Well,
they're reserved
I shouldn't say
for
that.
a bunch of
Centurions are
different
useful
ones.
insofar as if you want to do basic conceptual tank crew training for a 4-person tank, sure, you could use a Centurion for that.
You could
because
also
you-
use a Leopard one that's in better condition.
You could use a Leopard 1, yeah. There's enough Leopard 1s lying around. The Danish Navy was also pretty decently set up. They have some fun missile boats and a lot of harpoons. And harpoon is very nasty for the Cold War.
Particularly
Also,
once you get the sea skimming harpoon.
I thought they were all sea skimmers.
Nope, they did not start as sea skimming.
Okay, well, I guess it depends on how you define sea skimming. The the Danes had like a handful of submarines, which were kind of old and bad, but they did have they did have a bunch of missile boats,
Very
torpedo
angry
boats.
missile boats.
Yeah, I mean, so they had the British Brave class, which were from the '60s, and they had 4 torpedoes, which were fine, and those were in reserve. They had the Wilhelmos class fast missile boats, which are nicely spicy because they could go 40 knots, and they had a 3-inch gun and a bunch of torpedo tubes and harpoons. I think it's 8 harpoons and 2 533mm Swedish heavyweights, wire guided, but I think they'd probably pitbull them. Yeah, Zealand is just stuffed with Centurions, and yeah, that's also a pretty heavily urbanized area, if memory serves. Well, parts of it are. I think that's the right area. There's 300 tanks, and it's worth noting that the distance from Kalundborg to Copenhagen is it's 100 kilometers at the wide part, basically, of that island, right? And so you've got like 100 kilometers by like 300 kilometers, but 300 tanks in that area is not by like Central Front Cold War standards that insane, but for the sort of forces that would be able to be landed on Zealand, where you're talking about like, the Polish Naval Infantry unit, I think it was a brigade. Where's Polish People's Republic? That's really annoying. Why is there not a Polish People's Navy Wikipedia
You're
page that I can find
Looking at
easily?
7 bow, I believe.
Yes, that would make sense to me as well.
I do have a question to. I'll wait till we finish with Denmark, but I do have a question that I've been wanting to ask people who know Russia for a while now, and it's about the Kuznetsov. But I'll get to that in a bit. Once you've done with
Thank you, Sierra.
the Danish question.
Yeah, so the Poles had a naval infantry division. The Germans had, I think, a naval infantry regiment or brigade out of Rostock. Volksmarine organization. Yeah, I think it's the 6th Border Brigade (parentheses coastal) at Rostock. And those would probably be tasked with landing on Zealand or Zealand, which would be unpleasant. Oh, I didn't know they had Kampfschwimmers. Oh, that's cool. Now I gotta learn more about Kampfschwimmer Kommando. What is that? How do you say 18 in German? 81 or something. Sierra, is that the East Germans? Or no, that's the Poles because of the OT-62s. Yeah. Kampfschwimmer Kommando Achsen.
Well, that's an interesting conundrum.
That sounds cool.
20-pounder Centurion T-62.
Yeah, I mean,
But at the same
20
point.
pounder Centurion versus the OT-62 is a BTR-50 variant.
Oh, okay. I'm
Um,
retarded.
yeah. Oh, that's Coastal Defense Ship Brigade.
And 20,000 20 pound Centurion versus PT-76.
Yeah, I missed the O. Sierra.
yeah.
Behold!
The,
Behold the MacGuffin on tracks.
Polish BTR 50.
Look at it.
Hey,
Funny.
at least they'll have a common chassis, right?
Woohoo!
BT-76.
yeah, I mean so
Nah.
here we go. 7th Coastal
Narc,
Defense
narc.
Brigade, Polski. No, I want to learn about this in the Cold War, you fucks.
I generally don't have nice things to say about the Centurion, but I would dramatically prefer to be in it over a PT-76.
There we go.
It's also a PT-76, so 50 cal will rip it to shreds.
7th Lusatian Coastal Defense Brigade. Yeah, it was drawn down to a brigade from a division scale in the 80s. Oh, in the 70s they had a medium tank battalion. Okay, so they were lightening out their naval infantry. That's quite interesting. Yeah, I mean, so like the thing is, it's not an enviable task. Like the Baltic Fleet does have an actual naval infantry brigade with like Soviet pattern naval infantry brigade with like actual T-55s, which in this point are probably armored, up armored, and the 20 pounder explicitly is not able to defeat a T-55 from the front. Like that's the whole reason the 105 exists. But and again, like the big sort of looming oh shit, oh fuck, oh god, oh geez, is that as you have this potential naval landing, running out of Rostock towards and out of I don't know, Szczecin or whatever towards Zeeland. You know, the Poles are going to be pushing an entire corps along the coast, up from sort of Lubeck towards Kiel, up into Jutland, trying to push up and hook over towards Copenhagen, and just sort of clear the coast north of the Elbe in that sector. And we have that confirmed from defectors, that was a correct analysis. So all of a sudden you have a relatively stressful situation where this is why you have the Nordic style home defense model where everyone gets a gun, and sure, they might have a Garand and some rifle grenades and a Law or whatever and an MG34 that's been rechambered in.
Garand is a serious threat to these vehicles.
Well, they were 308 Garand, but I mean the sort of the, you know, there's a lot of Jeeps with 50 cals and stuff, but the reason there is that much infantry is to do the thing we saw the Ukrainians do with their you know, little groups of territorial defense.
Grab an RPG. Pavlov and his mates grabbing an RPG and going into the bushes to kill Russians.
Right. I mean, it just it makes it
slows
you can't,
forces down so much.
It slows you down. It means that you have to do a lot more rigorous security. And again, on Sealand, there are 300 enemy tanks. Now, the Soviet solution to this would probably involve a lot of trying to bomb the shit out of it. And, you know, they made a lot of cluster bombs, and there's a lot of fitters, but it's not an ideal solution. I'm not very enthusiastic about I wouldn't be a very enthusiastic, you know, Polish or East German Marine going, yeah, no, I want to fucking tangle with the Danes. I would much rather be in the 61st Naval Infantry Brigade, where my main concern is freezing to death after tripping while getting out of the landing ship, or being torpedoed by a crazed Norwegian submariner or missile boat crew. Versus, and the fact that the Norwegians legally are barred from surrendering or ceasing hostilities after war were declared. Which, oof. But also, there's
You're just
only...
much less likely to run into something that'll kill you that's not the environment.
Right. I mean, so, like your towns here, right? The municipality of Alta in Norway is the 60th most populous municipality in Norway, which is wow, that's a high bar. It has a bustling population of 21,000 people in an area of 3,800 square kilometers. The town of Alta itself is, a bustling metropolis of, I want to say, like 5,000 people today. 15,000 people. Sorry, it's a town of 15,000 people today, and let's see if I can get some census data on that. Where's Norsk? That's not helpful. Why
We'll
don't
be
we
back
have
in 10 to
census
15
data?
minutes. I'm going to procure food.
Fair enough.
But yeah, so like you're dealing with, in northern Norway, not a lot of enemy forces and a massive preponderance of friendly forces. The Soviets have literally thousands of armored vehicles that they can just ram down the road. And like, sure, maybe the Norwegians do zipper the road with trees for a kilometer or two, and that's annoying to clear. But hey, you've got an entire Soviet field army as and whatever spare stuff can't be used on the Central Front that seems useful here. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if so like the thing that's scary about the Norwegian submarines is that they're small and old and bad. They're diesel boats, and diesel boats in this period are very nasty to deal with because they can just sit there on batteries, and they're very small, which means that they can get into nasty little places. And I think maybe they can fire harpoons.
Possibly?
No, they can't. But they do have heavyweights. I thought they had other submarines. Hold on. The Ula class. Yeah, they just were getting the first of the Ula class, which they also can't get harpoons. That's weird. Interdesting. But yeah, I think personally the Soviets had a lot of ASW capacity in the Northern Fleet, and a lot of littoral and coastal ASW capacity in terms of light ASW combatants to try and start sanitizing these fjords, which would be very annoying, but something they could work on. The real stressful thing, I think, is when you start having 45 Norwegian missile boats where they can camouflage them up against a fjord and then sort of zip out at 40 knots. These things have like a 400 nautical mile range at 30 knots, which is pretty damn far. And that gets you sort of transiting between fjords easily, if not all the way from a relatively protected harbor out to an engagement. So the Royal Navy and the U.S. Navy are concerns, but that's sort of omnipresent. The Norwegian missile boats, which can zip out and unleash a pretty nasty salvo of anti-ship missiles, and then also, if you're unlucky, spearfish you with heavyweights. They tended to be the Swedish designed heavyweights, but that's a quite nasty threat to have to deal with. And it's one that, like, sure, the Soviets could deal with that. They had a lot of coastal combatants in the Northern Fleet, in terms of like Tarantals and Nanushkas and Pawks and Parchims and Grishas and stuff. But you're gonna take a nasty set of losses doing it, because, you know, sure, you might sink the missile boat, but it also still fires 8 penguins at you, and oof, that's not fun. But hey, it's not the Baltic, where everyone's just sort of pointed a million guns at the ocean and said "fuck you." So it could be worse.
But the funniest thing about the Baltic is, during most of the Cold War, the Finns were sat there with a pair of 12-inch guns going, "These are still active coast defense armaments."
Yeah, I mean the Soviets.
I mean, they're currently the largest active guns in the world still. That single twin 12-inch turret that's still there.
Yeah, I mean, so the Soviets had coastal artillery. When did this come out of service? Bum. No, that's interesting. Oh wait, is this the one that? Yeah, so the Soviets had 12-inch coastal artillery batteries in service until the 1970s. They stopped firing them in '68 because they were, you know, kind of comically outdated. But Sevastopol does still have mothballed 2 triple 12-inch gun turrets mothballed on the heights above it, which is something that, yeah,
they're not.
They were mothballed in the '60s.
I thought they would have been, you know, decommissioned.
No, they're a museum now.
But mothballing
They-
implies they can be brought back into service.
Maybe. I mean, they rebuilt them already. Like, this is what they looked like after the Germans got done with them. So you can see how thick the armor is on it as well. You know,
What I mean, what's the?
They
I
were-
mean, those are those.
Yeah.
Although those are literally just the triple 12-inch guns ripped off of the Russian Baltic dreadnoughts.
it's the guns off of the
But it's Himalayas. That's the ones. The Russian Black Sea dreadnoughts.
yeah, but it's a new turret because the turrets were redesigned post-war. They were off of Poltava specifically.
Oh bloody
but,
hell! The Germans really did have their way with them. Jesus.
Yeah. Those were the twin mounts, by the way. But after the war, they put 3-gun turrets in it, which had a pretty advanced radar fire control and some infrared or I don't know, some sort of direction finders. And it was supposed to be able to withstand chemical attack for 10 hours, bombardment with 2,000-pound or 2,000 kilogram bombs, or a nuclear airburst nearby.
Yeah. Just for reference, these are the Finnish 12-inch guns that are still capable of being fired even to this day. And I think,
Yeah,
I think they're still fired once a year.
The Spanish had 15-inch guns in service until they ran out of ammunition.
And the 12-inch guns from the older Spaniards lasted even longer than that.
Yeah, the Spanish 15-inch guns are quite interesting. They were Vickers designs.
Yeah,
Of course they were.
Yeah, for the Super Dreadnought.
But yeah,
Those were for the Super Dreadnought they wanted to build, but World War One got in the way and said, no, you may not.
the armored gun, or the coastal guns, were they were only turned into a museum in the '90s.
They're in Sevastopol, you say, yes?
Yes.
As in Sevastopol in Crimea?
Yes.
As in Crimea currently under threat?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the Ukrainians have a large naval infantry or naval force.
Yeah,
yes.
but those turrets can rotate 360 degrees. And given what Russia's been pulling out of stockpile already,
It's something I've been keeping an eye on. I think if the Russians will, I think if the Russians are concerned, it would be a sign the Russians are quite concerned about an attack by the Ukrainians if they reman the 12-inch gun turrets.
I'm not gonna
It would be comical because I would love to see a Storm Shadow shaped hole in the front.
True.
But
True.
I feel kind of bad because it's literally shooting fish in a barrel. They can't move.
I know, and also I'd love to see them. I'd love to see both turrets just open up, even if it's just on a practice, just a full, all 6 barrels at once.
Yeah, I mean they're kind of.
I mean, it'd be the heaviest barrage of large naval guns since the Iowas last fired their guns.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely an interesting, sort of weird thing. There's some weird stuff around Crimea as well. There's rumors that I haven't seen confirmed that they have silo-based Onyx missiles. We know they have truck-based ones, but there's a rumor that they have a silo-based version to replace the Utyos system. Fort Drum was not returned to service after World War II. It was never repaired.
For the basic reason that it was just it was a product of its time, and after the war, everyone realized it was kind of silly to have.
I mean, I don't know. It could have held out longer.
Like in the Baltic and the Black Sea, shore-based fortifications make slightly more sense. But
the Soviets kept it there because, like, post-war, sure, like, it's entirely conceivable that some Allied large surface warship would steam up and fire some guns at you.
I mean, up until 1957, there was one warship in particular they were worried about: the ex-German battlecruiser Yavuz. Who was
they were probably also worried about, like, U.S. heavy cruisers and stuff too.
Yeah.
But there's the Russians still produce coastal gun systems. They're just mobile, and I really actually quite like them.
I love that as a concept. Neat. Yeah, it is a really neat concept. Like, it's actually, like, it's a much better way to shoot and, like, used in conjunction with a missile salvo from their shore-based missile batteries. It's a great way to harass a ship.
My favorite part about it is that you can load the radar proximity fuse, and there's nothing keeping you from, if someone tries to do a vertical envelopment, just opening up with a fucking 130mm naval gun of radar proximity fuse against
Jesus Christ,
against helicopters.
Bad. So literally, fuck you and the helicopter you rode in on. Fucking hell. Jesus.
Well, I mean, like, you get the helicopters in flight with a radar proxy.
How much ammo do they carry?
I think it's like 20 or 30 rounds ready to fire. It's not a ton, but it's also not supposed to generally be sitting there for too long.
Oh, no, of course not. Are they auto-loaded or are they manually loaded?
I'm not... I think it's definitely auto-rammed. It's hard to find too much in the way of interior pictures.
Yeah, that makes sense. Good. Cyclic is back. I've been waiting for his return.
Oh no.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad. Would you rather I be upset that you'd returned rather than happy?
I don't know. I just hear I've been waiting for him to return, and I'm like, uh-oh.
Okay, so it's that question I had. First of all, do you think that the Russians what's the level of rebuild/repair the Russians are going to do on Kuznetsov over the next decade? That she's going to get a repair that she's going to get.
Who the hell knows?
You're not even going to take.
I'm not even willing to speculate.
Wow,
It really depends on what they want to do, and I don't know if we have.
I mean, she's not going to be
a
got
great
rid of.
level of insight.
She's not going to be got
No,
rid
they won't
of.
get rid of her.
That's the one thing we can say for certain.
But in terms of, I mean, they're probably not going to, do too deep of a modernization just because of fiscally, like, how sustainable is that?
Oh no,
Does
it's
it actually serve their purposes particularly well? But
I mean, she fits the role floating airbase more than perhaps any other carrier does, basically because that's all she's useful for to the Russian fleet.
they don't really have a flight training facility pipeline right now, mainly because their naval aviation training facility is in Crimea, which is
yeah.
Not a good training area at the moment.
the Ukrainians have put warheads on the airbase that they trained at. So, it's got that problem.
Warheads have landed on
they
foreheads.
They also just don't have a lot of, like, training. I mean, they could do, like, the flight training and stuff kind of in up north, but they don't have that many naval aviators. They don't have that many what do you call it? Carrier capable jets. It's really also the only, like, MiG-29 fleet moving forwards is going to be the naval ones.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that.
Well, they don't make the naval Sukhois anymore.
Well, no, I knew that, but I didn't realize that the MiG-29s are being phased out as a land-based platform.
It doesn't get you much these days. That, like, there's just no reason to. It's an F-16 with twice the engine and therefore twice the fuel the fuel burn for no real
And
better
maintenance.
performance. It doesn't. There's not. Like, the Russians bought some MiG-35s. They're developed the Peru and, like, a bunch of people almost bought MiG-35. Let's put it that way, right? And then no one did, and most people bought.
They don't only operate in the Black Sea. Kuznetsov is in the Northern Fleet.
Yeah, they don't operate in the Black Sea, but their training pipeline is in Crimea. The training facility was in Crimea, and they built them back in the old days at the 61 Communard shipyard in Mykolaiv. Which is now, I think, Mykolaiv shipyard.
Russia has no carriers in the Black Sea. Soviet carriers were built in the Black Sea and exited it as soon as they were able. But Russian carriers all operate with the Northern Fleet, because there's only one, and that's Kuznetsov.
Yeah, I mean, so, like, the helicopter cruisers were from were, I believe, part of the Black Sea Fleet, but those aren't carriers.
No.
The MiG-35 was sent to India's fighter competition in the early 2010s, and it did not do well. It should be noted, compared to Super Hornet, Eurofighter, Rafale, Gripen, or F-16.
That is true. Like, no one's trying to claim that Kuznetsov is a good carrier. She's not a bad carrier, but she's not a good carrier either.
I'm just saying, like, MiG-35 is not, like, a great. There's a reason why it hasn't had any sales, and then they like did MiG-35 2.0.
Oh yeah, that project.
Because no one bought the original one, so then they built some new ones. The Russians are buying, currently they have 24 on order, of which 6 of them will go to the aerobatic team.
Yeah.
So I think that tells you.
Yeah.
Kuznetsov isn't that bad.
No.
Like, most of Kuznetsov's issues are basically all from not having any maintenance for about 15 years, to speak of, which, this is the thing that happens.
Her sister ship is doing fine in China. She's having a whale of a time.
Yeah, Shandong and Liaoning, the sister and the half sister,
She's not having
Are-
a whale of a time. She's not in the JMSDF.
well, let's see what happens if in terms of Liaoning commissioned in 2012. Why do I feel like I didn't hear about the fact that the Chinese had an aircraft carrier until like it's because it didn't like get combat ready until like 2015.
But
So
then,
I guess it didn't deploy.
but then they're somewhat rapidly moving forwards. Then they built the half sister relatively quickly after that, and then
Yeah, the
and,
half sister they built in 4 years.
which is not bad for a nation that's only refurbished a carrier, not built one.
Well, they took apart the Australian carrier for a very long time.
This new carrier's build cycle is looking at what, 3 years? The one they're currently fitting out.
Huh?
Oh no, not 3 years. Like
No.
7 to
The
8.
Fujian is was laid down in sometime into a
Just-
much larger.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean it's about 10,000 tons heavier normal displacement, or 10,000 tons heavier normal displacement versus the full load displacement of the Kuznetsov types. It's Kato bar. It's quite big.
Large. Arguably the first Chinese supercarrier.
It's on the smaller end of super carriers.
Oh no, I'm not denying it's on the smaller end,
It's-
but it does fit into that category.
I mean,
In a way that...
how big were the Kitty Hawks?
Biting my tongue.
Okay, look, I've
Do we
said...
consider?
okay,
do
I've
we consider the Kitty. Do we consider the Kitty Hawks super carriers?
I always thought
Yeah.
I always thought they were
Or
considered.
dolls.
I always thought those two were considered supercarriers.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
saying not on the smaller end. It's believed to be potentially looking at somewhere between 90 and 100,000 tons. This thing.
My
So-
impression was that the estimates for displacement for full load displacement were like 80 to 85,000 tons. These
Even
days.
so, that
I
would
saw those a while ago, but all the new ones I've seen are closer to 100.
even so, 80,
part of me wonders how much of that is threat inflation. But sure, I mean they're proper super carrier sized
Yeah.
of the sort of earlier
like
conventional powered
when
super
you-
carriers.
when you push past 70,000 tons, you really are getting into supercarrier territory at that point. Because we don't consider Charles de Gaulle a supercarrier.
I'd barely consider it a fleet carrier. It's so bad. Yeah, I mean, let me put it this way: I wouldn't consider the Queen Elizabeth or Charles de Gaulle a supercarrier, but I would probably consider Fujian a supercarrier.
Yeah. China hasn't called anything either. China hasn't called anything the evil capitalist West for 40 years, if not longer. China was all for working with the West up until Russia fell. Sorry, the Soviet Union fell.
I mean, yeah, they would still be for working with the West if we were willing to do as much business as we had been. They just don't want to cooperate with us politically. They never did. Like they never had any
Nothing
intent to
about
liberalize.
004 drama.
Yeah, 004 is just sort of at this point we know their naming convention
It's
for the
theoretical.
carriers, so we don't even know if they're gonna. We assume that they're building more than one type Fujian class, so but we don't know how many. I think that they're gonna. I suspect they're slow rolling the second, or not slow rolling, but I suspect that the second Fujian class is.
It's going to be an iteration rather than a true sister.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember if they've laid it down yet.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think they've got one laid down.
yep. The
The
whole point
second
is,
one.
yep, that's the plan. 11 Gerald R4s to replace the 11 Nimitzes, or is it 12?
It was 12 Nimitzes and Big E. That's the current plan. Hopefully we can. I mean, the plan is basically to replace the Nimitzes one for one, and at the tail end we will boost back up to getting 11 super carriers ish because of the build rate.
Yeah,
It would be
was
nice
10
if we could.
Let's replace all 10 Nimitzes and the Enterprise. So
Yeah, I think aren't we required to have 12 though? So we might get. I don't think we're supposed to get the 11th Gerald R. Ford until the 2050s.
at which point, start rolling into the next class.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if it depends on like if we pump up the build rate as much, like if we can get the build rate up a little faster, if we can get it up closer to what the Nimitz build rate was for the block buy ones in the 80s, then which would require less iteration between the ships.
I think when you average the Nimitz, we're not the Nimitz class overall. We're not far off their average build rate either. With the
We're not.
Fords.
We're not that far, but it also will depend on it'll depend on what have you. But yeah, the plan is basically that it takes about 7-9 years to build one, and so we'll see what happens. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Enterprise, yeah, it would. We need to be doing block buys. Is the answer there? I don't think we're gonna see supplemental carriers unless there's a shooting war and we need to boost carrier numbers in a real way. In which case,
Even then, I
even
mean,
then, it would
standing up
require
with,
like a
like-
world war, basically, and it would take a long time to get those carriers out.
we would have to see it coming
Mhm.
with enough impetus to start ordering it
Yeah.
and get it going, because a design program for, say, a Charles de Gaulle sized carrier, because it's outside of the Fords, that's what you're looking at, just because of the shipbuilding infrastructure for military ships in this country.
How big is
Anything
Charles de Gaulle?
you're looking,
Although
something
it
around-
wouldn't be a Charles de Gaulle, it'd be much better than a Charles de Gaulle on the same
Well,
displacement.
I'm not referring to capability. I'm referring roughly to size.
Yeah,
You're
I
looking
know.
In that 40 to 45,
Charles de Gaulle's
maybe 48,000 tons.
Charles de Gaulle's like barely 4,250.
So you're in that 40 to 45, maybe 46,000 ton range, and it would have to get built at HII Pascagoula.
Yeah.
We'd have to see it coming. Light carriers are not cheaper for what you get out of them. They are
No.
more expensive. So we'd have to have a very serious reason for doing it.
Hmm. I could
And-
potentially see, like, if there was a short, sharp war that was indecisive with a negotiated peace that didn't resolve the underlying political disputes, cough with the Chinese cough. Like
Yep.
if there was a flashpoint and we lost a carrier or something, and or it was then like patently obvious that we're hankering for a spankerin to fight them again. I could absolutely see like putting a build program like that together, but
But absent of that, yeah.
absent of that, you're basically looking like you need to something the scale of the Two Ocean Navy Act, or I guess because we already have like a 1.5 to 2 Ocean Navy. Well, I don't know, call it the 7 Ocean Navy Act. You basically would need to be looking down the line and go, okay, in 3 to 4 years, we're going to be in a war that will last us another 3 to 4 years. For like a crash program of relatively quick to build carriers. You got to remember that the for
The Essex
Until
were
1944
ordered in the 30s.
until 1944, a lot of the U.S. There was a surprising amount of U.S. carrier mass came out of was it the Independences?
Mhm.
the fleet carriers.
Light carriers, you mean? The
Or the
independent-
light carriers, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. The light, the which
No, actually,
they-
no. We're both right. The Cleveland.
They're not light. We did not call them light fleets. That's a British term.
Really? Oh, never mind. I stand
Yeah,
corrected.
we called them light carriers.
Yeah. But no, they started entering commission in early 43, right? So you're looking at when we start getting new carriers in the fleet, the first ones to start showing up are going to be, you've got these converted cruiser hulls, which we don't really have something that we could do as an equivalent cruiser conversion. I guess you could, we don't
It'd
build
have to be
something
like a
that.
Stovall amphib, but the amphib hulls are so woefully inadequate for being a carrier because of the speed
Yeah.
concern. They're
Yeah,
a big box in the water because they're a transport.
yeah.
Like there's not really an equivalent to those. So
It would be like some sort of modern equivalent concept of an escort carrier, basically.
which would be helicopter only.
Right.
Um,
I mean, yeah.
So, like, this right here is why the U.S. Navy maintains just about 1 million tons of carrier.
Yeah. Good times. Be nice if we had a little more ESSMs on them, but that's just me. I don't know.
And
The you don't need a ramp for F-35B.
you don't.
It just
The-
helps you get
The
slightly
Americas can
higher bomb
operate
load.
20 some F-35Bs.
Yeah,
just fine.
it just shortens your takeoff run and means that you can operate a higher bomb load. The problem with a light carrier as well is that you have much less offensive firepower, but you need roughly the same defensive firepower because it's still a carrier. The enemy's still going to try and kill it that hard.
And you,
'cause,
and
you
you
know-
have less capability in your air wing to defend you.
Enterprise? What do you mean the Enterprise is deployed? Like Enterprise is
Enterprise is being scrapped.
deployed to Brownsville, Texas. To
No,
these...
she's not. She's
Oh,
deployed
where's-
to Newport News Shipbuilding and Dry Dock to be chopped up.
I thought
There.
they were scrapping her in Brownsville.
Nope, she's still pierside there at the yard. And the new Enterprise is under construction.
Yeah.
Enterprise
presume they took
number
part-
3.
Enterprise's last cruise, I think, was 2010,
Yeah.
somewhere around
I
there.
I believe that's Enterprise parentheses the new one what be in construction, and you can tell because of the large.
That's
E.
JFK.
Oh, is it? Why does JFK have an
Or
E?
that? No, that's a NIM. That's her being deconstructed. That's what that
Is it?
Either that or that's a Nimitz.
Oh
it's not
yeah,
a
you're
fuel.
right because it's got it's too blocky of an island, and it's got yeah.
It's a shame she
80.
couldn't be preserved, but well, it's understandable.
I'm just
There's
mad the
no way
original
in hell.
Enterprise couldn't have
Yeah.
been preserved.
Well,
There's
she
no way in hell you're preserving a super carrier.
the original Enterprise was also never going to be preserved. The post-war, I mean, I've said this so much in ramblings, it feels like a script at this point. The original Enterprise was never going to be preserved. The same reason the original Warspite wasn't going to be preserved. No money and no will.
There was absolutely
There
the
was
will to
plenty of
preserve
will.
the original Enterprise. It's just they couldn't convince the Navy not to scrap her. They wanted her as a war memorial in New York, basically, instead of where Intrepid is right now. But they couldn't. By the time they got the money together, the Navy had already sent her to be scrapped. Yes, this infuriates me to no end because it would be absolutely amazing to have a Yorktown still
And not
in
just
existence.
and not
as
just a Yorktown,
the most decorated U.S. Navy ship in history.
and also the only U.S. Navy ship to receive the highest Royal Navy naval honor.
Really?
Yeah,
What'd
she
get
was.
that for?
She was awarded it in 1945.
She got the George Cross or whatever.
What was it? It was the highest honor the Royal Navy can bestow to a warship. And she got it in 1945 for her service in the Pacific, and basically just helping win the war.
I hope that they let USS Enterprise paint a big E instead of the 80.
So can I ask that we go into the last 20 minutes now? We have been
Sure.
going for the 5 hours. Like this has been a good one, lads. But I do want to have some private, quiet fleet R&R time before I go to bed tonight. I love ramblings, but I do need a bit. That's it. Admiralty Pennant. That's the one.
So, gunnery officer, that really depends. Better frigate for what? Better frigates for the U.S. Navy? Yes. Better frigates for the Royal Navy? Probably not.
Which the Type 12Is, right? Those Leanders. Those were.
They were the very low end, if memory serves.
I mean, so like the Noxes compared to the Leanders, the Noxes are cheaper and shittier, because they're one shaft instead of two, but they are also much larger. The Noxes have a full load displacement of 4,100 tons metric, as opposed to like 2,800 or like 2,800 to 3,300, depending on variants for the Leanders. So that's kind of like a. The Bronsteins and the Garcias are not great ships. They're again, I mean they're the Bronsteins and the Garcias are much more comparable in displacement capability and size to the Leanders, though they all kept their guns and. But they like the Bronsteins had no air defense capability on them, so that's not good. I don't know if the Leanders ever got some Sea Sparrow equivalent. The Garcias, I believe,
The Leanders had the Malkara derived thing, if memory serves.
Seacat.
The US isn't getting rid of the Arleigh-Burkes as far as I know, or at least not right now.
Huh? Oh yeah, no, we're not getting rid of the Burkes. I mean, maybe we're gonna get rid of some of the early ones because they're really old. But
people forget how long some of these Burkes have been around for.
it's also worth noting that the Arleigh-Burke herself is pretty well upgraded. Like because of the fact that we upgrade the shittiest and oldest ships, priority wise. And it's a steel hull. They got some life left in them.
Yeah, so when it comes to the Flight 1 Burkes, or let's take a look at the class overall.
Mhm.
So the Burkes can broadly be split up between Flight 1 and 2, Flight 2A, and now Flight 3. Okay, the Flight 2As have some subdivisions in them, but broadly they're just one group.
Yeah.
So the Flight 1 and 2,
Which is
they
51 to 78.
they are going to start retiring out, hopefully, as DDG-X starts coming in. The Flight 3 Burkes
2030s.
are actually replacing the Ticonderoga class cruisers. And the Flight 2A Burkes are all slated for pretty expansive upgrades.
Yeah. So it's entirely possible, based on the build rates, that we have somewhere between 90 and 100 Burkes, I think, in service at one time before Arleigh-Burke herself retires. The Burkes, are going to be in the fleet. There are going to be Arleigh-Burkes commissioning new ships in 2030, 2032 ish. those
So then
ships are
look
going to
out
be in the fleet for
35
30
years.
years. Yeah, 30, 35, 40 years. As far as I know, they're not. They've been talking about when they want to decommission them, but they keep saying, "Oh, well, we can life extend it more." I think personally, the biggest thing keeping the Flight Ones from being like the amount of life extension you'd need to do to sort of revamp the Flight Ones, it's just cheaper to build a new one. Because you'd have to, like, they don't have helicopters in them, which is a problem.
They slam hard and seize.
The early ships are not as refined. They don't have. You need to rip out their radars and put in new radars. So I think they're doing that. Yeah,
Not with
aren't
the
they?
Flight ones. That's only the Flight 2As.
Interesting. Yeah. So like you'd have to do a lot of you'd basically have to rip the ship apart and build a new ship underneath it. Just keeping most of the superstructure to bring it up to modern standards, and that still wouldn't have a helicopter. And at that point, just build a new Burke. We can do that. So yeah. No, the Flight 1 Burks entered service in
Burke herself came in 89.
July of 91. She commissioned in July of 91, just after Desert Storm. And the Flight 2s started commissioning in February of 98. The 2As came in 2000. The 2As are much better. The fact that they're 2As is goofy. They really should be a separate flight, because I don't know what
Honestly, they should be a separate class based on history, but
if you call the Burke flights one class, then you should call the Fletcher Sumner Gearings one class. But
yeah, that's my point.
the Brooks are much better ships in terms of their capability jammed onto one hull.
Well,
you've
they
got
are the first US FFGs.
Yeah, I mean, you've only got 16 standards, okay. But, oh, it doesn't have, does it have a phalanx?
They may have only gotten that later. If they ever got it.
No, they
I
did.
know
I don't think
Perry's
they got
got 'em from the
phalanx.
start.
So, you've got 16 standards and a pepper box and a
Yeah,
5-inch
he meant to
38
say the
gun.
Garcias, not the Brooks.
Are we talking about the Garcias?
That's what he meant, yeah.
Oh, the Garcias are perfectly lovely ships. They got Sea Sparrow on them. When they have Sea Sparrow and or a Phalanx, they're pretty reasonable. They don't have a helicopter. Oh no, they did. Some of them got lamps. Okay, if they have lamps, yeah, they're really nice. Relatively speaking, because you have like an actual ASW helicopter. The two 5-inch 38s give you pretty punchy anti-surface work if you don't have missiles left. I wouldn't want to be eating SAN-3s to the face of them, but they're perfectly competent FFs.
I'm sorry, Curtin, but that's not why the Missouris came out for Desert Storm. No, they weren't. The Missouris weren't pulled out. Sorry, the Iowas. Fuck, that's me getting his terminology. The Iowas weren't pulled out for Desert Storm. They were still soldiering on after the end of the Cold War. They were still in the fleet.
So the Iowas were
still sucking up our
reactivated.
fucking money.
So there's a pretty common misconception about why the Iowas were reactivated. The reason they were reactivated had 100% nothing to do with those 16-inch rifles.
Yep.
Nothing to do with it.
Uh-huh.
It had everything to do with the fact that you could stick 32 Tomahawk missiles on them and 16 Harpoon anti-ship missiles on them.
And they had flag facilities.
They were, until you started getting the VLS sprue cans, the best surface strike assets, and in general, the best missile strike assets the United States Navy had.
That I did not know.
Yes. Outside of the carriers, they were the best strike assets the United States Navy had because nothing else could match the massive missile that they could bring to bear. Hell, the Soviets couldn't even in a single ship.
Well, the grunts aren't the ones who need to
Because
be
we're
bothered.
talking 48 anti-ship missiles potentially if you want that.
Yeah, 48 harpoons is pretty spicy.
It's not harpoons, it's 32 TASMs.
Yeah, I mean, if they have TASM loaded, that is very spicy.
Yeah, it's like I said, if you want it.
Yeah.
Um,
If you want to see like what a U.S. equivalent of like a Sovereign looks like, by the way, which isn't really accurate because it doesn't have a Buk equivalent missile, so I guess it's kind of closer to a U.S. Udaloy. The armored box launcher equipped Spruances are the closest you're gonna get. They're very funny. I think they're cute, but
and
they're also kind of pretty cursed.
yeah.
I miss having DDs though.
The reason they retired TASM in the 90s was because there was no longer a pacing threat that required it, and they could be turned into TLAMs, which were much more useful.
Also, Outlaw Shark didn't work properly and needed to go back to being fixed.
Yes.
Eventually, it did.
So
Outlaw Shark is American over-the-horizon anti-ship missile targeting, by the way. It has a cooler name than Legenda or Uzbek or.
well, that's because we behave in backronyms.
It's not an acronym.
Outlaw Shark.
Huh, it's just a code name.
Even better.
Oh wait, please don't tell me it was a fucking acronym. I'm gonna strangle someone.
Cyclic, don't die!
No, I'm just gonna revel in him going, it's not a backronym. Wait a
I
minute.
swear I saw that it wasn't.
Just rub it
No,
in.
it's not. No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay, good. No, Outlaw was
There's been one cursed one though.
Ha
there was apparently one for so Outlaw thing came from delivering national technical means satellite information to surface warships, and there was Outlaw Shark, which has one of the coolest patches I've ever seen, if it will load properly. This was Outlaw Shark, and then there was Outlaw Hawk, which was for carriers, and that's where I believe Slow Walker comes out of, which is another spicy thing. Slow Walker being so we had these satellites with infrared imaging systems on them to detect ballistic missile launches, and it turned out that a ballistic missile would zip very quickly across the screen, but there were these occasional things that they would see coming out of the cola that would just sort of meander slowly and then disappear, and they were nicknamed Slow Walkers, and it turned out that was the afterburner signatures of backfires, because backfire has a peculiar nitrogen-rich fuel, so presumably it lit up at a frequency that ticked off the spy satellites. No, we're not. The Iowa's job now, as they have passed into status as a museum ship, the Iowa class's job is to
Teach naval history.
yeah, they are a recruiting and a teaching aid.
Even if the US wanted to, the Iowas are in a state now that they will never go to sea again. The engines are shot with no way to repair them. Ammunition is nearly run down. The gun tubes are in a state where they can't be fired anymore, and if they are fired, they're so inaccurate it's not even funny.
Let me put it this way: you could you could make the Iowas functional. It would cost an inordinate amount of money for basically no advantage.
You
If
could
you
build.
want a functional battleship, right? There's two reasons to get an Iowa running, right? One is if we have a big fuck off war with the Chinese and we win, and we want to sign the treaty, we can drive Missouri over and do that. Two is that's it. That's the only reason. And if you want the running battleship, legitimately Texas would probably be easier to get in a drivable and firing condition.
It's far easier to strip down and rebuild triple expansion engines than it is to build new fucking steam turbines.
She's already gone through dry docking. Like, you would probably just need to put some diesels in.
No, at that point you're better off just putting new triple expansions in. It's easier.
I mean, I would say these days you'd be better off with
Just
instead of
sticking
fucking with
some big
triple
old marine
expansions,
diesels in there.
put some marine diesels in and turbo electric or diesel electric her. It's really not like we can do really good big electric motors cheaply, and she'll run really nice and smooth. There's no reason to do this though, because you don't need a battleship anymore. There's nothing a battleship provides as a surface combatant that we're not getting Texas back to full operational capabilities. She's not going to be able, I don't believe, to move under her own power. Maybe they'll hang an outboard motor off the back.
No, she's never going to.
They call that a tugboat.
Well, first off, Texas. Why would I don't know where you got the impression that she's going to get back any operational capability at
Oh,
all.
because I was saying it'd be easier to make her operational again. That's only because I know that her guns and turrets are in good condition. There's no plan to do anything with her other than keep her as a museum ship, as well she should be. She is the only dreadnought type, or technically super dreadnought, but World Wars era dreadnought battleship that it still exists.
Right then, folks, it's the last 4 minutes. If anyone has any rapid fire last question, now would be the time. Wow. Tough crowd tonight.
Yeah. Well, it be what it do.
Hey, we've had a good run. We've had a good run, I'm not going to lie. We've had a very good run. It's been a very good... the last 3 ramblings have been a bit meh. So I needed a good one. Oh, that's a really nice, easy one. No, oh, actually, no. I can answer that one very quickly. No, the Greeks did not create their own tanks in World War II or leading up to it. But a better last question to finish off of is this one. Why didn't the Iowas have dedicated SAMs like Sea Sparrow or even Standard Missile Series installed during their refits?
So they looked into Sea Sparrow. The shock of the guns would ruin the electronics of the missiles and the fire control.
Yeah.
All they could make work was phalanx, which does not imbue confidence.
No. That is, of course, another reason why not to reactivate them. Because if you do fire the guns, it might break everything. Also, we don't make 5-inch 38 ammo anymore.
Or 16-inch. That as well.
Why didn't they remove the after 16-inch gun turret? Why would you do that? Like,
that's kind of the, like, if you that adds
So
the whole point. The whole point
you
of the
don't get
Iowas.
You get nothing for doing that, based on cost.
Because Sea Sparrow is fiddly and missiles are more finicky than 20mm gun rounds. They didn't take off the aft 16-inch turret.
Radars are finicky.
It's there's not much advantage to it. If they really wanted to, the thing they could have done was put a bunch of missiles on the fantail or something, but they already put 16 harpoons and 32 tomahawks on her. That's a huge amount of firepower for the time, and there's also just only so much swap C that they could space weight and power and cooling available on a ship that old to add new radars and fire control and missiles and what have you. Like the Iowas, also if you take a big turret off the stern of her, she probably would get pretty unbalanced, because the turret weighs, I don't know, a couple thousand tons, and if you suddenly don't have a couple thousand tons on the stern of the ship, which you're not going to be able to put enough missile there to equal the density. If you're curious about the density comparison of a missile versus steel, missiles have approximately the same density as dirt, like out of the garden, and so that's a lot less than solid steel, which is quite dense.
Yeah. Can confirm. Worked with steel for a lot of my young adult life. Can confirm.
Yeah. That said, there are some things that, like, there's a reason they have 4 phalanx on the Iowas. There's also a reason if you look at the post conversion Iowas, the phalanx are all really high up. Yeah, it's also the Iowas come out of a different school of thought of what they could do on that tonnage for a strike vessel than the Soviets were doing with the Kirovs. The Kirovs, when they're building that ship, right, they're building it from the ground up, and it's supposed to have a full set of short, medium, and long range surface-to-air missiles, and also big gun
Operational range,
and
anti-ship
big anti-ship missiles, anti-submarine capabilities. Right? They're not supposed to. They're not trying to necessarily do anything other than have everything. The Iowas were like, we have this ship lying around. What can we fit on it expediently while also getting them back to service? And it should be noted, they were massive, massive holes in the maintenance and personnel budget of the fleet. There are so many people on an Iowa class battleship getting you, what you have, like the crews of 3 or 4 VLS Spruance destroyers to get half of 1 VLS Spruance worth of combat power, right? A VLS Spruance can carry 32 Tomahawks or 64 Tomahawks.
Yeah.
Or it could carry, 48 and a bunch of Sea Sparrows.
No.
I thought they'd carry Rim 7.
Nope, not in their VLS. That was in the traversable
VLS
launcher. Their VLS was Tomahawk and Azrock.
Interesting. But yes, so the Iowas were basically what they could do with what they had at the time. The future was VLS. The future was things like VLS Spruance. A 4-inch automatic, that's basically, if you're doing a 4-inch automatic, that's basically the British 114. Like, you could, but 76 does the job fine, and you save a lot of ammunition size and weight.
You can carry more ammunition. You have a higher rate of fire for when you need it.
By the time that you have there's not much of a need for something like a 4-inch automatic when you have something like the 3-inch 50 semi-automatic or the 3-inch 50 automatic, and also the 5-inch Mark 42, which has its, in theory, disgusting rate of fire, and the whole point of the 3-inch guns was to have the smallest shell that you could fit a radar proximity fuse in reliably, so you could have as much firepower as you could with radar proximity fuses. That's why they were designed as roughly a 1-for-2 replacement of the Bofors gun. This didn't quite work out in reality, but it was that was the goal. And so you could go to a 4-inch gun, but then you sort of run into the question of what does this achieve? If you want to see what air defense in a post-war era looks like without a lot of radar proximity fuses, you look at what the Soviets were doing, where it's a lot of really big autocannons, but 45, 57 millimeter, not 4-inch.
And
What is 4 inches? 100 millimeter, right?
roughly, give or take.
The Soviets had a bunch of 4-inch. I mean, that was like a standard frigate and destroyer armament they had in the 50s up through. They still use the 100
it was standard
millimeter
for a
guns.
lot of navies.
Yeah,
Um,
the
And
French had a 100 millimeter automatic.
but not as a dedicated AA gun, sort of as a dual.
Yeah, they did on their
purpose.
anti-aircraft cruiser.
I'm saying in general, Moo, outside of that one ship, it generally
see.
rapidly became a dual-purpose main gun.
I'm
for the
sorry,
ship it was on.
that one had 8-inch guns, not. Oh no, okay, that's from the 60s. Never mind.
Yeah, their anti-aircraft cruiser built in the style of an Atlanta did have a bunch of 100 mils.
And folks, that is all I've got time for this evening. For everyone who is watching this on the internet and those who are watching it later,